flags.
I know, right?
Not getting deported back to Mexico. It's weird.
They weren't rioting after those fires, though. They were like, I think those fires were like 300 miles same fucking time.
Yeah, them boys are going hard in the paint over there. I don't know why. I was telling APOC earlier, I'm like, dude, who's working over there, man? Well, how do they get all this time off that they're doing stuff in the streets, man? Like, what the hell? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the cost of housing out there, you figure people be working freaking 16 hours a day.
Yeah, these guys are just all like on the streets and whatnot, protesting. I'm like, it must be nice. Just be out there doing nothing, throwing rocks, carefree. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we're busy doing busy work. Must be all the Globers out there.
How can you protest in a country, violently protest in a country you want to stay in? How does that make any sense to anyone?
Yeah, you just wave the Mexican flag around. That's how you do it.
Yeah, please don't send me back to this place that I'm holding the flag up for. So what?
It's so absurd, right? I mean, to have national pride like that, be like,
Yeah,
well, if it was great,
illegal.
why are you not there?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, I love to vacation in Mexico, right? But I live here.
I mean, imagine you went there with an American flag and started throwing rocks at the police.
Yeah, they'll
They'd
be
kick
all
my
right.
ass.
That'd be all right.
Especially says who.
Get the bow and arrow out.
All right, we got Goose in the
was
house.
right
Everybody
there.
relax.
I was right there when somebody painted F ice on the wall.
Shalom.
Yeah.
Shalom.
And I wondered to myself later, I wonder if they even know what ICE stands for.
It doesn't matter. Those guys are just looking for something to do. Like, they're just mad at the world. They don't really
If there
care.
were they don't care what the protests were. If it were pro-Trump, they'd be there. If it were anti-Trump, they'd be there. If it was pro-abortion, anti-abortion, pro-ICE, anti-ICE. There are some people who just love mayhem and would show up for anything.
Look, man, they're looking for somebody to throw a brick through a freaking store so they can go and get some Nikes. Like that. They're just waiting for an opportunity. Like, these guys are. What it is. They don't care. Like whatever political agenda is happening. Jeez. I think there was a reporter that was even asking them questions. Like everybody's just oblivious. There's that's what this world is right now.
There was an Australian reporter that got shot by rubber bullets.
But yeah, that's we got to make sure the Australians aren't getting out of hand, bro. You got to keep them in line.
Yeah,
It
it
was-
was
that's
one
why-
presenter
that's why
with
it was
one
big
bullet
news
on her
over
leg
here.
or something.
Yeah. Good. What the
that's-
fuck's she doing in the middle of the crowd anyway?
Yeah, she was
what-
standing
Yeah,
right
that's what
there.
you do, man.
She got a bruise on her leg, one bullet, one reporter. That's it.
Yeah, you aim for the good-looking Sheilas, right? That's what we do.
Yeah. Yeah. But that's it. These reporters, right? They think they're immune from everything.
Not today.
Yeah. Don't fucking stand in the protest. Like, just stand on the side. You don't need to be, like, make a report from there. You could be anywhere you want and just make a report.
Look,
You don't
bro,
need to be at the site.
she's looking for a promotion. That was a good way to get that, She's trying to impress her boss.
Yeah. And now he'll go, oh, sorry, we can't send you out anymore. You're too high risk.
What do
What
you
do you
mean?
mean?
I got a big ass welt.
She got the shot. That's great. That was huge for her. You don't think that viral clip is going to boost her career?
I'm telling you, I was saying that, and also getting shot too.
Yeah, that's great for her. That's the shot, baby. She got gold.
She's gonna ride that welt all the way to the top. Yeah, it's mayhem over there. Those guys.
There was something going on in New York as well, wasn't there?
Matthew's probably handing out spray cans over there. No, ice. ICE. Yeah, ICE. There you go.
So I just posted a picture I took of this dude this is a social media generation. Not only was he tagging up the news van, but he had to do a selfie video of him doing it.
Idiot. Yeah, I'm just going to give you some evidence. You don't even need to find it anymore. The criminals give you evidence.
The instinct to videotape your own crimes is really bizarre.
I got a VPN. It's all right. What a
Yeah, VPN. Don't worry about it, man. They won't ever find us.
They're just generating whatever news they can. Trump and Elon broke up, and yeah, hey, yeah, we'll see what the next engineered freaking is coming up.
Oh, it doesn't matter, man. Dealer's choice. It's always something new. But I'm telling you, them hood people, man, they're just waiting for something. They don't even care what it is.
No, like you said, it's like a green light to when bricks through store windows, get some free merch.
Yep.
Shoot, when I was growing up, they were locking up 13-year-olds looking a plant.
I said the
Now
same
they don't
thing
lock
last
anybody
night.
up.
Police arrest them, the courts let them out. We've got the same problem here.
I went to Philippe's French dip sandwiches nearby there that day, and I overheard this couple kind of arguing. It seemed like she was the one that instigated them going to this protest, and he was saying, "What good is it? What are we? Why are we even here? It's not going to make any difference." And she's like, "Yeah, but we got to do something." And I think there are some people who feel like left out of the civil rights protests in the 1960s because they were too young, and they feel like a sense of victimhood, and they're going downtown to like protest, and they sort of low-key hope that something bad, like maybe they get a little bit of tear gas, I mean, not too much, mind you, just to validate their victimhood. And I'm like, I have no patience for those type of people.
Oh, you mean just to say that they were part of something, a movement?
Oh yeah, I was part of something big. I was there, man. I even got like a little bruise from this tear gas canister, this rubber bullet, and I had to wash out my eyes from the tear gas, something like that.
Well, there's the other side of that coin too, where it's fun to do bad shit when it's for a good cause, right? Like
yeah, but
shit that is normally not permissible, but you're doing it for a air quotes good cause, so it's okay. There's nothing more cathartic.
Right. But in the 60s, civil disobedience was sitting at a lunch counter because even though you're black, or trying to sit on a bus, your human right to sit on the front of the bus. Whereas today, it's like you don't have a human right to break that window or to tag up that court building. I mean, they think it's equivalent, but it's 100% not.
There was somebody justifying it earlier today. I was listening.
What did they say?
They were saying basically they're frustrated, so they're trying to let out their frustrations. Yeah, that's
I see. So their butt hurt, so it's okay. Wow.
Yeah, that was the that's the reason.
No, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know people think that way. It's just so bizarre.
Yeah, their butt hurt. They're upper middle class. They live in Beverly Hills and they go to UCLA.
Yeah, and they only are going to protest on the weekends because it's convenient for them, because God forbid they miss their yoga class on Monday nights to do anything. So we'll see what happens this weekend.
Or break a nail.
Right.
I don't know, man, but there's a lot of urban people there too. So I mean, those guys are the opposite of those.
Right. It's kind of a mix.
Yeah, that's true.
Sonny, was there anything happened down in San Diego today?
No, not that I'm aware of. No, I haven't heard or seen anything. Not at all.
Yeah, you need to look out too, man. You're riding your bike through all that stuff, and freaking crazies are out there.
Yeah, I'm on buses a lot.
What's the word on the street? Mayhem?
I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't watch the news, so like I just see some things coming across my feed, on my phone, and I'll just scroll through it just briefly. I don't pay much attention to it, but yeah, I don't see any like massive protests or anything down here.
I don't know, man. If people were armed with critical thinking, you think they'd be involved with all this stuff? If they could stop and think for a little bit, like what's going on, instead of being driven by emotions, I think the world would be different.
Yeah, I think you're right about
Definitely
that.
not.
But I think there's bad thinking on both sides too. I've heard some people say we need to figure out who's dropping off pallets of bricks. I'm like, nobody. I was down there. I saw no pallets of bricks. In fact, you see these videos of people trying to dig up rocks off of the embankment.
Well, I was gonna say there was a guy throwing rocks at the police cars that were driving by.
I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. But why would they be digging up rocks if there were pallets of bricks lying around? So there weren't.
There was one viral photo I saw of pallets of bricks that turned out to be it was just behind a Home Depot.
Yeah, they're like, somebody dropped off pallets of bricks at Home Depot. Oh no,
that is kind of funny though.
It was the same kind of shit in Minneapolis riots, as people said that same shit. But whenever you looked into it and like were able to actually find the cross street that they were at, it was always at a construction site or a hardware store or something.
As if you need pallets of bricks to do mayhem. Like that's
Yeah, it's
Yeah, bricks are
ridiculous.
expensive. Who's going to do that? Or even like I've seen pictures of pallets of cinder blocks. I'm like, the average person can't throw a cinder block like more than 4 feet. So what's that going to do?
Yeah, it's fucking 10 kilo cinder block.
how many people can actually toss one of those things? You're probably trying to throw it and it lands on your foot, bust the toe.
Yeah, only the guy that lays them.
They could hire
Are you
Castle
guys?
Queen. Castle Queen
It's
could
in a
do that.
concentrated area, right?
Yeah, you guys are lucky over there in Australia, man. You don't have nothing like this to deal with, except for you send your reporters over here to get shot by rubber bullets. Other than that,
Yeah.
Right, I saw
Idiot.
that.
bet you that hurt like shit, though, huh? I know she's trying to play it off, but good lord, that must have hurt.
Yeah, I'm sure it hurts, sure, but I mean, it's going to be a bruise.
You think she's gonna get any money from the city for that?
I don't think it was the city. I wonder who was it. I think it was federal who shot. I mean, actually,
Guards,
I don't
wasn't
know.
it? What are they called?
It's
National
federal, man.
Guard.
She'll probably get a good coin for that.
She'll have to get in a long line.
Oh, that's true. Well, but it's
Yeah.
different though, because she's a reporter,
Yeah,
and yeah,
that's true.
she might get pushed to the front of the line.
Yeah, that's possible. Yeah.
Oh well.
Do you know how many people probably try to sue the city of Los Angeles every year? Can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Thousands. Thousands.
And then I mean, then there's the false insurance claims come along with all this mess. Somebody's gonna be like, "Oops, a Molotov cocktail just went right into my car window. I don't know how that happened. Got rioters
Yeah.
running around, bro." So, can I get my new car now? All kinds of excuses.
I saw a meme. It can't be true, but this guy was sitting there smiling, and the meme said, "I'm having fun putting Trump stickers on all the protesters' cars and watching them destroy each other's cars." It's not true, but I thought it was a funny idea.
Oh yeah, it's a totally blue state. I forgot.
I took the subway down there, so my car was 20 miles away.
You know what the best play Gavin Newsom could make right now is the rest of the National Guard.
To do what with them?
To protect the protesters, force that conflict.
Not really. The peaceful protesters, you mean?
There's rioters and then there's protesters. I don't know. I have some sympathy for the protesters.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, me too. I mean, sure. I think there were thousands of people there that were nonviolent protesters that just want their voice to be heard or whatever. The problem is that when you get thousands of people together, then the mayhem people are going to filter in and do stuff.
Yeah, people take advantage of opportunities.
AV, did you catch that dude that was being totally reprehensible earlier?
What time?
Are you talking
Like an
about
hour
that Joe guy with the weird little giggle? Or was there another one?
I think his name was Junior or something. Flat Earth Batman came in and saved the day.
Oh,
Junior was a bad guy. Is that what we're saying? I agree.
Who is that guy, Mary Mom? Is he somebody that frequents this place?
No, I think he's new. He was very hostile and angry, like even more hostile and angry than your average Glober.
They've been pretty agitated lately. I guess that's a good word. I think, like I said, I got a clip of the one that Heretic spoke to. If you would have heard that guy, you would be like, man, what is going on? Something's in the water or something. Because these guys are.
yeah, I heard that one. I listened to that.
Did you
I
hear
guess I
that?
missed
Sonny?
that one. I missed that one.
Yeah, I'll
He
put it
sounded.
in the I'll put it in the text chat for you. But just like take a listen to it. It's not. It's weird. I can put it
He
that way.
sounded like Jen Panda kind of ish, a little bit. Doesn't Jen Panda like yell like that until he's out of breath, like hyperventilating?
Now, the dude I was referring to just, I mean, he started referring to Mary Mom's freaking genitalia like a freaking schoolboy that was looking to get expelled. It was
You said that
ridiculous.
so delicately. Yes, you got the whole thing across without actually having to repeat it. Yes, exactly.
All right, put it in
Well, I
the
did
text
just want
chat.
to interject here and say Grandpa's here if anybody has questions or comments or concerns or anything.
Yeah, I put it in the text chat, Mary Mom. You can check it out.
Okay, I will check it out.
And by the way, I'm probably gonna hop off here in just a moment. But
No,
I just
go. Don't go.
yeah, I got to, man. Dinner time.
No, you're gonna stay. You are gonna stay.
Unfortunately, humans have to eat, so
You will stay.
I'll be here in spirit.
Does anyone here have updates on when I may or may not get mod status in this room?
Yeah, that's probably. Let me see. Never worry. Never worry.
Yeah, that'll be 2 weeks after Infinity.
And that's relative to starting today? Or when the application went in?
It'll go. I'll tell you, man. It'll go through on the 32nd.
Of which month?
Any month.
So the second it hits 32nd on any month, I'm
The
in.
32nd of June-vember.
And that's imperial or metric, or what are we referring to? This is the American calendar or something?
Analog. All right. Take note.
So there's an analogous calendar that you're referring to right now?
Exactly. So on the 32nd of Juvember in analog time, start your timer.
Should I start it in metrics or imperial?
Doesn't matter.
You better do it with both.
Just in case.
Yeah, exactly. If one's off,
You could check with Fort Collins Universal Time to make sure you got it right.
Don't forget to convert back to UTC.
Well, how many joules are in that?
I couldn't tell you.
Did I use my thermal paste to calculate that?
Yeah, probably.
Well, I appreciate the insight. I'll be here if anybody has questions or comments or concerns for Grandpa. Nothing? Nobody has questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah, I'm concerned about you.
Well,
Yeah, that's the
this is an
concerns.
open space. You can voice
That's the
your
concerns
concern.
we have is about Grandpa.
You can voice your concerns. I'll be willing to listen to them, prove you wrong. I don't know if you guys have heard this, but Heretic has hired me as a sort of PR agent for him. Did you guys hear that news?
No.
Sounds like a questionable story. I don't think Heretic needs a PR agent.
Well, he didn't really hire me in a monetary sense. It's more of in like a spiritual sort of friendship sense. Me and Heretic are friends.
Great. Did you exchange friendship bracelets?
Well, I need to figure out a sort of press release sort of thing before I can answer that in a public setting. Heretic, are you there? Would you like to draft that together?
I think he's resisting your bait there, Grandpa.
He's resisting?
Yes.
Like the Democrat libtards are resisting?
Silent protest.
Is it kind of analogous to that?
Perhaps, perhaps.
You know who else I consider a friend? Orion.
Orion?
No, Orion. The guy with the stars. Orion, star.
I like to call him Orion, like Orion's belt. Have you ever seen Orion in the sky? Orion's
Well, I mean,
belt?
you could mispronounce his name all you want, but he likes to be called Orion.
Okay, well, I'm still not going to call him that.
Well, you're disrespecting his name a little bit if he doesn't like being called that. But
Well, I can't be as respectful as you, Grandpa. Not everybody can be you.
Wait, who's Grandpa? I don't see a Grandpa in the chat. I see Grand Depa and Fid Delebone? Fid Lebone? Grand Depa Fid Lebone? That's how you pronounce it, right?
Grandy Pa.
Is that Matt Hugh talking?
Fiddly Bone.
Yep, Matthew Lernis is my name.
No, Matt Hugh. Matt Hugh Lerner.
That's right, Matthew Lernis. You got it right.
Didn't have a stroke.
Well, there's sexual rooms for that elsewhere if you're stroking. But don't do that here, please. No need to announce when you're stroking. Am I alone on this, or do I have people that agree with me on that? Or what
Yeah, you're totally alone in this. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, honestly, the rest of us are older than 13, so that's why we're not engaging in your attempt.
I thought it was funny.
See? Thank you. Matthew learns, more like Matthew has no sense of humor. Am I right, guys?
No, I have a great sense of humor.
No, you don't.
I suppose my humor might be a little bit more sophisticated than 13-year-old teenage jokes, however. So I guess it depends how you define it.
Maybe your mom's more, or whatever.
You see, that was actually pretty funny.
Got him.
I got a laugh out of it.
We have Anubis, or is it Anubis?
Got him.
Who's the JP Morgan guy? Damn.
Oh, don't know that one. Says Primal King Bear.
Oh, over fences. I so agree with you. I was thinking the exact same thing. Yeah, she says, never met an actually funny person who described themselves as having a great sense of humor. It's like people who always say they're honest. Yeah, because like people who like get upset because you don't think their joke is funny and then say, oh, well, you must just not have a good sense of humor or something wrong with you if you can't see how hilarious this is. Yeah. It's pretty bad. Pretty bad.
It's like the Weird Al lyric to Amish Paradise. Well, I know I'm a million times as humble as thou art.
Matthew learns that is my favorite line from that song.
He is. You have to tell jokes for your own entertainment. All right. You're not a clown. Don't perform for the audience. You tell jokes that you think are funny, and that's all that matters.
That's right, Cooper. Yeah, because sometimes your jokes might fall flat or they might go over the head of the audience. But yeah, if you're entertaining yourself, then some people will get it. Yeah, I actually ended up doing my student teaching for my 8th grade science teacher, and I realized like, oh, this guy has like an incredibly dry sense of humor. And when I was in college, then I got like a ton of his jokes that the 8th graders weren't getting at all because they were all delivered in this deadpan, delivery style. But then I realized, oh no, this guy, like, he's had to say the same thing to 8th graders, for 20 years. Like, he's totally just entertaining himself and doesn't really care. But it was like really, really funny, now that I was old enough to get it. I knew he was kind of funny when I was in middle school, but then he was way funnier when I was in college.
Hitching up the buggy, churning lots of butter, raise a bar on Monday, soon I'll raise another. You think you're really righteous? You think you're pure in heart? Well, I know I'm a million times as humble as thou art.
Yeah, I actually did a parody of that parody, Matthew Learns. It's called Glober's Paradise. You probably like it, but I'm not going to sing it for you.
That's kind of funny. My favorite of his is Word Crimes. I think it's brilliant.
Oh my gosh. My older sons, really liked Weird Al. So then when my youngest was born, oh my gosh, I have this hilarious video. You would love it because for whatever reason, like that song just like really got him dancing like in his car seat. It was very small, like probably only a year old or something. But every time that came on, trying to think, how does the beginning of that go? It's like, there's just like a really good beat at the beginning. I can't even think of it right now, but if you like it, you know what I'm talking about. They would just like rock back and forth in his car seat, like every time that song came on. It was so cute. Yeah, I'm not going to sing the whole thing, Tristan, but just for Matthew, he'd probably like the line. Sell globes at discount price, living in a glober's paradise.
Nice. That's pretty funny.
You would love it, Matthew. Yeah, you would. But I don't know if I even remember all the lyrics. It's been too long.
Yeah, you should have recorded it and put it online somewhere. I bet people like it.
I did record it. Yep, and I played it in the old server, but I don't know. I probably deleted the recording. I like deleting things. It's very fun. I delete things all the time.
For a second there, you sounded like Aubrey Plaza. I like deleting things. I delete things all the time. I really like it.
I don't know what that means, but just like delete, it's much easier deleting things than to start a fire and like burn a letter like they used to have to do in old days, You just delete and then empty your trash.
It's easier to delete things than to set my neighbor's dumpster on fire.
I like burning things too. I mean, that's the good thing about, because now I heat in the winter with a wood stove, so then you can just burn stuff in there too, instead of throwing it out. Fast, easy. Oh, Tristan, who never speaks, agrees with me that deleting things is fun. Yeah. Yep, like the globe model should totally be deleted. Yep. If I had the power to press a button and just delete it from existence, I would. Wouldn't that be fun? Totally useless, predicts nothing, explains nothing, has no bearing in reality whatsoever. Should be deleted. What's that one movie where the guy wants to delete the girl from his memory? Do you know the one I'm talking about? Gosh, what is that movie called? That's what we should do with the globe.
Is
I'll
that
come
with
up with
Adam
it.
Is that with Adam Sandler?
No, it's Jim Carrey. It's Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Yes, that one. Thank you, Heretic. Yes, I haven't seen that in a long time. Yep, that's what we need to do with the globe.
Jim Carrey, right? Yeah.
Hi, Creation Bear.
Hello. Is it dead air right now?
Shit, dude, right on time. Because we are live as of now.
And now we're live. Awesome. What's going on, Chad? You guys just sitting here quiet, or what's going on?
We're talking about just stuff. We were talking to Matthew Learns. I guess he's gone now.
Well, Cooper just popped in. You talked to Cooper before in a while?
Oh, we did. Cooper was talking earlier. Yes, he was the one who was talking about how it was all right to do comedy even if other people don't laugh, because as long as you're entertaining yourself, then it's fine. And I agreed with him.
Cooper,
Hello,
you gonna
Cooper.
sit there and take that, or?
I was agreeing with him.
She's very accurate. Yes, I agree with her.
Dang, Cooper, you're gonna let a woman talk to you like that, bro? That's crazy.
I think it's
Is
because
she a
somebody
woman?
else is.
Are they a woman? I don't know.
Huh? You betcha.
Are they a woman? I don't know.
Yep. XX. That's what we got here.
All right.
I'm only joking.
No, I think he was. It was because somebody else's joke fell flat or something. Isn't that what was
Oh,
happening? I
flat?
don't remember.
I see what you did
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Something like that.
But I don't think we actually talked to Cooper about the flat Earth, Creation Bear. You could try to do that if you want.
Yeah, it was Grandpa's
Cooper?
joke that fell flat.
Oh, Grandpa, that guy.
Oh yeah, that was a bad joke. Yeah, he deserved. Yeah, he deserved the crickets that he got. You're right, John. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay. All right, Cooper, you're up, buddy. Go ahead and talk to Miss Dandelion.
Sure. So, flat earthers cling to myths like it's 1942. Columbus knew better. What's wrong with you?
And here we go.
No dome above. No turtle holding you steady.
I give it a solid 2 out of 10. Chat, what do you guys think?
All right, let's hear yours. Let's go. That's the frame of reference. Let's hear yours.
I'm cool with just container. That works for me. Container.
No. Respond to me in verse.
What?
Respond to me in verse.
You gotta,
we're
you gotta
doing
do a rap.
verses?
You gotta do some bars.
Oh, shit. All right. Shit. We inside of a container. Better call me ice. I'm a detainer. Listen. Gas pressure. I'm about to... Hold on. I can't go too misogyny in here. Hold on. Let me reel back in the misogyny.
I was a 2. What was that? Oh, man.
Hold on. I was going to say some misogyny, so I had to reel it back. Hold on. Let me get a...
No, Creation Bear, I told you, just be yourself. I already told you, just own it.
I can't be too misogyny, bro. I don't want to do it.
Don't quit your day job.
Dude, I got some tracks. I don't know whoever just said that, bro. I got songs on songs, bro. Come on now. You ain't heard my SoundCloud? You need to go peep that. You want me to freestyle though? Misogyny, ganogany. I slapped it. Just kidding, dude.
Globus need a lobotomy.
Yeah, exactly.
Satellites, so ISIS streams in real time while y'all draw maps that don't even rhyme.
Golly, I don't even. Why? Is that what we're doing right now?
You're roasting bear.
I mean, if you can't keep up, you can't keep up. I don't know what to tell you.
Sonny, go ahead and get the guitar out. He thinks he's trying to test our gangster right now, Sonny.
Nah, I don't want to get in trouble. I've been in trouble before.
Yeah. Guys, Dandelion hates me now.
I've gotten over it. I told you I would, and I have.
I'm just joking.
We're at peace, aren't we?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, you tell me.
No, I hate all women, obviously. So
I know. Yeah. So nothing's changed then.
That was never true to begin with. Oh. Nah, I mean, I'm full on racist, full on misogynist, full on sexist. Just, I'm all the above. I'm toxic.
I know. So I told you, just embrace it. Be the villain.
Sure, yeah, it's fun. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, here I found it. I actually did save the lyrics, even though I didn't save the record. Yeah, there we go. So I'll answer that guy. I'll try. It has been a long time since I've done this. As I walk through the valley of the flat earth terrain, I take a look at the globe model and realize it's my bane. 'Cause I've been flat smacking ball tarts so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone.
Mars.
Now we Or 10 out of 10, all right? There we go.
You're too locked into freestyle right now. Sonny said I would get in trouble. Man. Those were some good nights, though, Sonny. Don't let anyone take that away from you, bro. Those were some fun times, bro.
Yeah, truly.
Not everyone can do that either. No, there's a time and place for it for sure, but that was a W. W's in the chat for Sonny. I'm gonna throw a W in there for you, buddy. There we go.
Put a W for myself.
Yeah, hey, you deserve it, man. Shout out to W Sonny. Might have to call him Oney.
Oney.
Golly, that's actually what they do, Sonny. I don't know if you noticed that, but like let's say Cooper, right? Like he did something bad or annoying, like his freestyles. Let me just call him Looper. Put an L in front of it. L for Looper. Yeah. So it'd be Oney on the wane because you're winning, bro. We're almost through this June gloom, hey, Sonny? It's starting to get kind of nice again. I've been so locked in.
Yeah, we'll see. Like the pattern's been like this. So, like we get some of this June gloom, but then when it gets about right around 4th of July or a little bit after,
okay,
then we start getting like 80 to 100 degrees from the deserts all the way to the beaches, and humid at the same time. So we get these big, huge cumulonimbus clouds east of our location, out in like above the mountains and foothills, but it like rarely ever rains. But you have these big, huge puffy clouds. I don't know where those things come from, man. I think they come from the south, overland, like over Mexico or something, and they come and or they're spin off from tropical depressions off of Mexico or something. But yeah, we get really weird weather, and then so from July, August, September, and October, we have some of the most hazardous months for dry weather and fires.
Oh goddamn! I thought you were gonna say we had some most amazing weather. You're like, nah, it's gonna catch on fire.
Hot as hell, man. Like literally.
Really?
Like it used to. I don't know. The last couple of years, it really hasn't been that hot. But like 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was doing that every year. Where it was like, I remember like right downtown here, it was 5:30 in the evening in the summer, and it was 104 degrees.
What the frick, bro?
Downtown here in San Diego, right downtown.
God damn, bro.
104 degrees, like crazy. So we don't get it that often, but when we do, man, it's really hot.
Right when I moved here, first week, it was a heat wave, bro. Sucked.
It was like 80 degrees or something.
Yeah, it was hot as hell. And nobody's got freaking AC out in this joint, so.
Wow.
It's been nice, though. I'm not complaining. Even the June, like, gloom.
You'll
I've
like
been
it.
lifting every day. I've been at the gym, like, every single day, bro. I've been so busy.
That's cool. And you like the beach. You go to the beach a lot, so that'll be nice on those hot days.
I'm about to turn black, son.
Get in that water, man.
Full black.
Like, I used to go in the water every day, man. I don't even go to the beach anymore. But it's just too far away from me, you know. And then the idea of like either riding my bike 8 miles to get there to Ocean Beach or taking a bus
Yeah.
is not that appealing to me.
No,
So
I feel you, bro.
I used to do the thing on the bike, but in the summer, like sometimes the water would be like 72 degrees.
It sounds amazing. I'm
Like
so ready for
super
that.
warm, man. It was like really warm.
Hey, man, maybe we should just go. Like, I'll pick you up in the Beamer. We can go. Because somebody was saying that we should do like a live show, like live from the beach. Like, that could be kind of fun, actually. We just need a fake microphone or something.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, just like a fake microphone and be like, so, what do you think about fire? There'd be so many people out.
That's a great idea. You guys would do that together, would you really?
I mean,
Yeah, we
yeah.
probably would.
Why not?
That'd be so fun.
Could do cell phones.
But it's just going to be me talking to 304s the whole time, though. I'm not going to lie.
No doubt.
Yeah, but I thought you said you didn't bring that up with them.
Oh, yeah, I don't do that. You're right. But I'm
He'll be
just,
like, no, when she. No, he'll be like, no, when she comes
hey,
on.
what's up?
Shut up with the flat Earth now.
Yeah, hold on, Sonny. Just stop talking about. Hold on. Let me just,
Stop talking right now when this one walks by.
What are you guys talking about? Oh, nothing. What a beautiful day.
Yeah.
No, but it would be fun because there's tons of people there, and like people walking, people drunk too. Hey, what do you think about flat Earth?
Yeah, I think he would go along with it. I think he'd be a good wingman for you.
Oh yeah, all right, yeah. W Sonny, W Wingman. That'd be cool. We would just need like the fake microphone vibe. We need a bunch of portable batteries and stuff. Because every time I'm on Discord at the beach, bro, my battery drains so fast, man.
Wow.
So we need that battery. We need all that. That could be fun though. That could be a good show. We'd have to figure out how to do that, like on camera. Maybe we'd have to like, I don't know. We'd have to figure that out.
Could do it with a phone.
No, but I'm saying like only the room allows 25 people for the camera thingy. So we'd have to figure.
I see what you're
We'd have to go to
saying.
like chill chat. We have to do it in chill chat and turn up the limit or something. So that way,
or I could do a live on my YouTube channel or something, which I've never done before.
but still, like if other people wanted to, from the Discord, but that could be live from the YouTube. That could be funny. But yeah, man, that could be a plan sometime. Get together and do a little live flat smacking on the boardwalk. Or Sonny, we set up a table on the boardwalk that says like Earth is flat, changed my mind, and like just sit there on Discord with the that could be a lot of fun.
I know, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
People
did
come
you
up,
guys I think that would be great. Did you guys ever see those videos they did when they were doing the Globe Lie tour in Europe?
Oh yeah, Witsit. Or wait, who are you talking about?
It was before Witsit. Witsit did that too. Yeah, the Globe Lie tour, it was in the summer of 2019, but they did that. They had like little tables and booths set up, and they actually had like iPads with some different videos on them and just information, kind of like that, like you said, Earth is flat, changing my mind, same kind of thing. They had some good conversations in those.
Do you have some names? Any names you'd recognize who did that?
Gosh, I should try to find. I wonder what happened. They used to have a ton of videos. I'll see if I can find them. Like they had a whole server, the Globe Lie Tour server that I used to be in, but that was on one of my own accounts. So I'm trying to remember like who those people were because I feel like they've disappeared. I don't even know. That's a good question. Yeah. Like I don't feel like they're around anymore. Those people who were involved in
around. Did you just say around?
I don't think they're around Discord. Yeah, like
around. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, she said round. She's a gliptard. Confirmed.
I'll see if I can find it. They had they put all their stuff on YouTube. It's got to still be there, right? But I don't know if I can find it. I'll look.
No pressure. I mean, don't go out of your way for that. But yeah,
Thank you, Crazy Bear.
Be funny.
Thank you.
She hates me, chat. Sonny, you know
I just said we made peace. I just said we made peace. But I get to yell at you again if I want to. I mean, isn't that a woman's prerogative?
You never know what a woman's prerogative, to be honest, bro. That shit changes on the
Changes
fly.
Exactly, yeah. I'm telling you, that's
Yeah.
what it is today.
Whatever it is, that's the woman's prerogative.
Yeah, whatever it is at the moment, that's what it is. And that's what it's always been, apparently. It doesn't matter, chat. But Sonny, you know those guys, they set up the Trump stuff on the boardwalk. Have you seen the big Trump tent or whatever over there?
No, I've
Like
heard
near
about
Crystal
it.
Pier? Oh wow. Yeah, Crystal Pier, these guys set up a giant freaking Trump thing on the boardwalk. And it's massive.
Wow.
For anyone that's like listening, like it's not like just a table. It's like, bro, it's huge. You know how like I don't know the best way to describe it.
Like those party tents.
It's like no, like think you know how like people will have like a boat and they put some flags on it, and then someone else wants to
Yeah.
flex harder, so they get a bigger boat with more flags. Like it's
Right.
kind of like that. Where do they have the giantest freaking tent with flags on flags
That's
on flags?
wild.
It's like, dude, it's so awesome, so funny. But
Set a little flat Earth table up next to the Trump tent.
right next to the Trump one. That's what I'm saying. We should do it right next to those guys. And then, because people come up, they're like, ew, Trump sucks, blah, blah, blah. But I feel like, you know, when I was there talking to the guys, I was like, hey, I just want to like give you guys some respect for setting this up. And, you know, in such a blue part of the country and stuff. And, you know, dapped them up a little bit. And while I was there, people would just be like, ew, you're ugly. You know, just like walking by saying stupid shit.
Wow.
I feel like we'd get the same thing, but also like it'd be cool to see who comes up and be like, yeah, I always thought it was flat. And
Mm-hmm.
shout out to you guys. We can plug the Discord. It's actually maybe we just Earth and Fly changed my mind and put the Discord thing on there. I don't know. We can have a lot of fun with it for sure. When the weather's nice, there's a gazillion people there, bro. It's endless
Yep.
amount of bodies.
That's a busy place.
Very busy, chat. Super busy, man. So that's something I had in mind too. That would be a funny ass show, bro. Like one earpiece in, listening to the chat, like ask this, you know, while we're live. I think you guys would enjoy that. I don't think we've done anything like that since I've been around. I've never seen anybody do anything like that live. That's what Myron was doing this recently, actually. Like, he set up a little tent in Miami, or like a little table, and people would just come up on a microphone and talk to him and stuff. We don't have to have all the microphones and all that set up just yet, but I think a camera. Actually, we might actually need to bring a microphone. Go ahead.
Hey, I had a question if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a flat earther. I recently deconverted from globism a few months ago, but I wanted to like sort of play devil's advocate for the globe and see how you'd respond. Is that fine?
Yeah, we should do it in reverse. You should be the flat earther, but no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can defend the flat earth pretty well. My arguments are I described them earlier, but my arguments are when I look at the ground, I don't see any curvature. Nobody has ever seen curvature. I also argue that I've prayed to God, and I've prayed about this question for months, and he's also told me that the earth is flat, I believe. And also my argument, I also argue that the moon landing is fake and stuff. Sorry, can I do anyway, this is getting off track.
Well, what's just a quick question for you? You know what the radius of the globe Earth is?
The equatorial radius or because the radius it's different at different.
You know, just any of them.
I don't
He's
know.
buying time,
I've written it down somewhere. I don't have it off the top. I
No,
know
the radius of a sphere or a circle is the same. You know, it's always from the center to any outside
but
point, so
it's
it'd
an
be the same
oblate. But
at any point.
they want to say it's an oblate spheroid, so the radius is not the same at each. This is like such basic. Aren't
But it's
you a flat earther?
negligible.
How do you not know
It's
this?
negligible. It's negligible,
Just
bro.
just give the generally accepted answer is perfectly fine.
He wrote it. His dog ate it home. His dog ate the piece of paper that he wrote it down.
I don't know it off the top of my head. I think it's in my notes somewhere.
Is he playing? He's what is he playing?
He's
Christian Bear,
Captain.
the Glober or the Flat Earther? Is he playing the
No,
Glober?
I want. Sorry. I
Yeah,
want
I
to
think
play
you
like
should play the
devil's
Glober. Yeah, I think
that's
you
what I
should
want to
play.
do.
Yeah, okay,
I
go
want to
for
play
it.
devil's advocate.
Yeah, I think that's. Yeah, you'd be best at that. Yep, go for that. Yep, let's hear it.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Okay. Let me try that. So before I do that, I want to first set up something about what the word evidence means before we. So basically, I want to say this: that something is evidence for a hypothesis if it's more expected, if the hypothesis were true than if it were false. If that's the case, then it raises the probability of the hypothesis being true. So I just want to start off, that's what I mean by evidence. So let's just give an example. If we're at a murder trial, you see the suspect's DNA on the body, right? That's going to be evidence that the person committed the murder, because it's much more likely to find their DNA if they did commit the murder there than if they didn't. So I just want to start off by saying that's how, in this kind of devil's advocate conversation, I'll be thinking about evidence. Do you have any questions about that so far, or no? Hello?
Are you asking me? I mean, nobody said anything, so I guess nobody has any questions.
Okay, nobody has. Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay, so, and here's the argument I'll make for the Earth being a globe. So I take it that there are certain observations that are much more expected on the hypothesis that the Earth is a globe than on the hypothesis that it is flat. I'll detail them as follows. Okay. The first one is that certain stars are only visible on certain portions of the quote-unquote Earth and are unable to be seen on other portions. So in other words, you can only see certain stars in certain regions of the Earth. Now, if you don't believe in stars, if you think stars are fake, I can modify it. I can say certain glowy thingies, the glowy thingies in the sky, right? Whatever. If you think stars are like fake or something. Now, here's another observation. Another observation is that if you use a camera and you focus the camera on the sky for a long period of time, you're going to notice that in the north, the stars are going to rotate clockwise around a star in the sky. And then south, you're going to have another opposite pattern, the counterclockwise rotation around a particular star. And then if you're at the equators, you're going to see them go left to right. Okay? Now, so I've just detailed two observations. Okay. Now, the next claim is that these observations are very inconceivably strong evidence that the Earth is a globe. Here's why. This is exactly what you'd expect if the Earth is a globe, right? Because if the Earth is a globe, you can't see through the Earth, and so it makes perfect sense why certain stars would be visible, and on some areas and not others. Whereas if the Earth is flat, you should be able to see any star at any point. Secondly, okay, so that's the first observation. What about the second observation? Well,
Hold on. Yeah, we're not going to let you just monologue about this forever. So, yeah, why do all your globe proofs involve the sky?
Okay, yeah. So this question, yeah. So why does it involve the sky? Well, you can have evidence from the sky that supports the globe Earth hypothesis. There's nothing wrong. Like, it doesn't have to come from the ground. So I know a lot of things you say was like, well, why are you looking at the sky to show that it's the ground, the Earth is round or something? Well, you can have evidence. The evidence doesn't have to come from the ground. It can be from the sky. There are observations that you'd see in the sky that are more expected on one hypothesis over the other.
Yeah, I mean, I have a real problem with your use of hypothesis to start with, because your hypothesis
by hypothesis, all I mean by by hypothesis, by hypothesis, all I basically mean is some kind of claim or proposition, right? And so for example, the Earth is round is a hypothesis. The Earth is flat is a hypothesis, right? And I'm basically evaluating which one is true.
Hypothesis is the whole point. You need a valid hypothesis. You can just say that water evaporates because I believe Superman is using his eyes to beam some heat and causing the water to evaporate. That's not a valid hypothesis. You need a valid hypothesis, something that you can test for or demonstrate
Sure.
in reality.
Okay.
Experiment with.
Sure. Yeah, so I'll respond to that. So first, I want to stress this is completely devil's advocate. I agree with you. I'm a flat earther.
You need a valid hypothesis. Make that right.
Yeah. So to respond directly to what you said, so let's just no longer use the word hypothesis. Let's just forget about. I've never used that word. Let's just say sure. Let's just talk about claims. There's two claims. One, the Earth is round. Two, the Earth is flat. And I can evaluate these claims on the evidence, and I've just argued that these two observations are very strong evidence that the Earth is round. So how would you argue against what I said there?
Well, first off, round and flat are not mutually exclusive because circles are round and flat. CDs are round and flat, you see? So you're still having an issue with your premise.
Yeah, sure. So obviously, like when I say round, I mean a globe versus flat, as in like a sort of like flat surface that's not a globe. So obviously, yeah. So you could have a circle, and there's some sense in which it's round and also flat. But by round, I mean a globe. Like I think that's pretty clear. But yeah.
Well, for globe, you're gonna need a drop over distance across the surface of the waters across the Earth or the Earth itself. You're gonna need a specific drop over the distance because the geometry, the globe that you're claiming, has a specific geometrical value, and you will require a specific drop over distance. Do you have measurements for that? For that specific drop value over the distance, do you have measurements of that? You don't.
Okay. Yeah. So for the sake of the argument, let's just say no, and I'll even, and remember I'm playing devil's advocate. Let's just add more stuff in. Let's say I've never seen any curvature in my life. Let's just say I have no evidence that the moon landing happened, right? Because the reason I'm granting all this as a devil's advocate position is because the argument I just gave does not hinge on it. It does not hinge on anything like this. It doesn't hinge on me having ever seen curvature. I could have never seen curvature, and the argument I just gave would still work. The moon landing could have not happened, and the argument I gave would still work. Right, so I can just grant you all this, and I just want to focus on like you specifically responding to the argument I gave, if that's fine.
You will have to discard a lot of other things based in reality to come to the conclusion that you're saying it works, whatever that means. You're saying the globe.
Did you hear my argument?
Works. Listen, your conclusion. You're saying your conclusion could be globe, but to get to that conclusion, you will have to skip physics of water, measurements of the Earth. You will have to skip the laws of thermodynamics, the second law of thermodynamics, how gas pressure works. You're skipping a bunch of steps to come to a flawed conclusion. Earth could be a globe. That will be an impossibility. That will be an impossibility because that will contradict what you can measure for, test for, measure for. That is contrary to the flawed conclusion. Earth is a globe.
Could you do you think you understood the argument I made?
Is it even a valid argument? You're saying it could be one or the other. What does that even mean? It could be flat or round.
Did you understand the argument I made?
You were arguing for round, right?
Did you understand the argument I made?
Your conclusion that you don't need I mean, no, not really, because
thank you for finally. Yeah, and by the way, I do want to say I do appreciate you finally answering after the third try.
Well, you skip. Like I said, you have to acknowledge that to come to that conclusion, that erroneous conclusion, you will have to skip a bunch.
Yeah, I'm just saying I appreciate you answering after the third re-asking of the question.
But you do acknowledge that to come to the conclusion that it could be a globe, you will have to skip a bunch of other steps. You will have to skip a bunch of other things, right? You agree with that?
When you say skip, a bunch of. I'm not sure what you mean by skip a bunch of other things.
If your conclusion is that Earth is globe, you will have to skip measurements that indicate that Earth is not globe. You will have to skip the physics
I see
of
what you're
water.
saying.
You will have to skip the physics of gas pressure. You will have to skip all of those things.
I heard you. You don't need to repeat
and
that.
test in reality to come to the erroneous conclusion.
Yeah, so as a devil's advocate here, I would say no, I don't agree with that. But the argument I gave,
agree or disagree, Genera. You're disagreeing with reality.
So real quick, and the argument I gave doesn't comment on any of that. So the argument I gave, just to repeat it, is that there are two observations. One, we're only able to see certain stars on certain positions on the Earth, and two, the stars have a kind of rotational behavior that's different depending on where you are on Earth. So, for example, if you're in, say, like North America, you look up, you're going to observe the stars rotating like counterclockwise around a point. If you're in like South America, you're going to observe the stars rotating clockwise around a point. And if you're, real quick, just to finish. I know, just to finish. I know.
Listen,
just if I can just finish.
Observe it, bro. I know, bro. Come on, just stop.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. Can I just please finish?
Listen, you and I observe the same phenomena. We observe the stars.
But you're repeating what you're repeating what you said.
The stars have ground positions, right? They have GPS, ground positions. I don't
know what you mean by that.
Okay, so you don't know what you're talking about then. But
anyway,
the thing is,
we can just grant that I don't know what I'm talking about. It's not going to impact the argument.
Ground positions. You're saying if you are at a location of the Earth, you observe certain stars doing rotation, clockwise or counterclockwise, right? That's what you're saying, but you don't even observe that.
That's one of the observations, but. Earlier you said you didn't understand the argument. Well, why do you? If you don't understand the argument, do you think it's a good idea to interrupt me when I'm trying to explain it to you?
Asking that question. The conclusion.
Do you think it's a good idea to interrupt me giving it if you don't understand it?
No, I do comprehend your flawed conclusion. You're the one that don't comprehend how you made it to that conclusion.
I'm not talking about the conclusion. I'm talking about the argument.
Listen,
I was asking if you're
still doing the same thing because I
was asking if you understood the argument, and you said no, and now you're not letting me explain
coming to a conclusion of the ground below your feet by looking at the lights in the sky and skipping all of the other steps that you will have to take to come to the conclusion that the ground you're standing on is spinning, and the observed phenomena that you're doing of the stars is a causal effect, a cause and effect relationship based on whatever pre-assumption you're having of you're standing on a globe. So you're saying, I'm standing on a globe, that's why I observe the stars doing what they do. So you're going backwards.
Can I respond to you uninterrupted now or not?
Listen, I haven't finished with that point because either.
Okay, but when you are done, I can respond uninterrupted, right?
Listen, you have to agree that the observation of the phenomena of the stars can be observed from a horizontal frame of reference that you could be standing on, and the movement of the stars doesn't necessarily mean that you're standing on a spinning globe.
Well, when you say it doesn't necessarily, it's not a logical entailment. I'm just saying, like, it's extremely strong confirming evidence for the globe, right? Because,
no, you don't.
Because if the Earth were flat, then there's no reason why you wouldn't be able to see certain stars at different positions on the Earth.
Could you
furthermore, if the Earth were flat, it wouldn't. If you were to look up the sky, you wouldn't observe like differences in rotation. You wouldn't observe like the sky doing different things at different points, like rotating clockwise here but counterclockwise the other way. You wouldn't observe that if the Earth were like just flat. But that's exactly what you'd expect if it were a globe.
That's just in your mind, though.
That's in your mind. You're having that erroneous conclusion again.
Oh, by the way, in case for anyone who just joined, I'm a flat earther. I'm only playing devil's advocate. I'm a flat earther.
Cartesian, you can drop that. You don't have to keep that like a fantasy going there. We all
I just don't want anybody to have the false impression that I believe in this globe bullshit.
We all know you believe in the globe. Just be yourself. It's perfectly fine.
I can assure everyone I do
having,
not
the issue that you're
believe in this
having is,
globe bullshit. I definitely don't believe in that.
no, but the issue that you're having is that you're imagining, when you say flat Earth, you're imagining some type of imaginary thing in your mind, and you're saying that thing doesn't work when I observe the stars. But what you imagine in your mind, that's not the actual place that we're in.
No. Yeah,
And
so
that's not how the stars work. It's whatever mechanism you have in your head. That's
yeah,
not
so
how the
again,
luminaries work.
again, I didn't presuppose
Because the
any.
only conclusion.
So real quick, just real quick, just
Hey, no, not real quick. The only conclusion that's going to make you come to a globe is if you measure the surface, right? Because whatever the sky's doing is the sky's doing. So what you do is you got to measure the surface and go, okay, if the sky's doing this, then I live on a ball. Now I can measure the surface and make sure that it's a ball, right?
Yeah. So real quick, so just to respond to a lot of these points again, as a devil's advocate here, I'll say like I said earlier, I take it that observations in the sky.
I know you're running off a script, but you need to answer that question.
Yeah, so the answer is no. I think observations in the sky can be evidence for one view over the other.
If you look in the sky and you see the sky doing things, and then you measure the surface and it's not curving, are you still on a globe?
If you look at the sky, if you measure the surface of the Earth and there's no curvature, that would be good evidence that you're not on a globe.
Right.
Yeah, but that's not relevant to my. I'm saying that certain observations in the sky can be. I'm saying that certain
that cuts out your observation.
Are you going to keep interrupting me, or do you want me to?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
So that cuts out your observation, doesn't it?
Yeah. So my point is that certain observations in the sky.
Your observation is irrelevant now because there's no Earth curvature.
So I agree that if you measured the Earth and you didn't measure any curvature, that would be, so it's a conditional, that would be evidence that the Earth is
not
so
round.
Now I was saying that there are observations in the sky. I'm saying there are observations that you might make in the sky that would be very good evidence that the Earth is round.
Yeah,
and I gave
then
two
if you
examples of that.
And it's not curving, then
1 second.
It wouldn't be curving, right?
1 second. So listen, if I'm in a warehouse and there's a fan on the ceiling, right, the flat ceiling, horizontal ceiling, and one fan is going clockwise, and there's another fan next to it or near it, and the other fan is going counterclockwise. Therefore, the ground that I'm standing on is a ball, right? Because one fan is going clockwise and the other fan is going counterclockwise. Therefore, I'm standing on a globe.
Well, that's an indicator, Jim.
Yeah, no, but that's not. So that wouldn't be analogous. So I know, but first to answer you directly, no, but that wouldn't be analogous to what's happening with the stars.
How do you know that?
So if you're saying that just based on an observation, you're gonna skip all of the other steps and you can come to a conclusion of the geometry where you're standing on.
I'm saying observations are
erroneous.
I'm saying that some observations in the sky are good evidence for one hypothesis over the other. Now, here's why that would be disanalogous. Because in your case, right, when you're looking up, suppose one fan is counterclockwise, the other is clockwise, you can look up and see both fans, right? But in the case I'm talking about, the people on one location,
down the other end of the factory?
Excuse me. In the case I'm talking about, the people are only able to see the stars rotating clockwise, or are only able to see them rotating counterclockwise, or are only able to see them going east to west. It's not like they can see like both things. They're only able to see one or the other, right? And so the only way that's expected is if the Earth is a globe. If the Earth is flat, that's like just. It's almost a contradiction if the Earth is flat, but let's just put that aside.
You just extend the fans out. You just extend the fan blades out, right? And then you stand in between the two fan blades.
Extending the fan blades is not going to make
you don't want to be
the properties by which it's disanalogous are not changed by extending the fan blades.
Do you? Right. So in the middle of the two fans, it would look like they're going. You're on the equator, wouldn't it?
You sound like you're really confused.
Not really.
Like you sound confused.
I mean, honestly, I'm a flat earther, but you guys are doing really poorly.
No, you're not.
No one believes you, bro. That's cap, bro.
Okay, what's your best evidence that the Earth's flat?
He asked God, bro.
Yeah, my best evidence. Here's my best evidence that the Earth is flat. So here's how I would argue. I'd argue that okay, when we look at the ground, what do we see? Do we see any curvature? No, we see a flat Earth, and nobody has ever seen curvature. I would also argue that space is fake and that we live in a dome. I would also use that argument. And I would also argue that the
How do you know you live in a dome?
Oh, you gotta let him finish. Let him tell you that he asked God, bro. He prayed. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a lot of prayer and going to church, and a lot of that has helped.
How do you know you live under a dome?
I prayed. Years of prayer.
How do you know you live under a dome?
Years of prayer.
Come on, bro. Let's go, bro. Bro,
Hey,
how would you rate your acting skills on a scale of 1 to 10?
Listen, I'm a globe earther because when I'm driving, my car is transparent, right? And when I look at the left wheel, I see it going clockwise, and then I turn and I see the right wheel, and it looks like it's going counterclockwise. Therefore, I'm on a globe.
And I'm a glober
Yeah,
because
that's not that would not be analogous to what's going on with the stars.
I'm a glober because I love
knew he was gonna say
NASA.
Okay, so so we've had a discussion. Let's go to closing statements now. So I'll give mine, and I'll give you guys.
No, we're not going to go to
I'm gonna
closing
put a poll up in the chat.
Where are the stars?
They're in the sky.
Yep. And are they a certain distance away or what?
That doesn't matter for my argument.
Yeah, it does.
Of course, they are a certain distance away, but what that distance is doesn't matter for the argument.
Okay, so if the stars are moving, does that make the ground curved?
Well,
I've seen someone else out here. I'm like, okay,
if the observations I've cited are correct, then that would be evidence for the round Earth.
Okay, how? Put that into an argument. I see the stars moving this direction, therefore the Earth is curved. Put it in an argument.
If the Earth were flat, that's not exactly what you would not expect.
Not if the Earth were flat.
I'm making the
argument for the globe.
Yeah, the argument. I can still mention the flat Earth as an argument.
No, you can't.
The idea is that it's unexpected if the Earth is flat. It's expected if the Earth is a globe. Therefore, it's very strong evidence for the Earth being a globe.
Put it in an argument. Okay. Put it in an argument. The stars move in this direction in the south. The stars move in this direction in the north. Therefore, the Earth is curved. How?
Yeah. So if the Earth is a globe, this is exactly what you'd expect.
Okay.
If the Earth is flat. Yeah, because if the Earth were a globe, right? So if you're on a spherical or a spherical object, and you're on, like, let's say you're on different poles with that spherical object, if something is rotating on the top versus the bottom, the person up there is going to see it rotating clockwise, and the one on the bottom is going to see it rotating counterclockwise. That's just a geometrical truth. Right.
Okay, so how do you know so how do you know that the Earth is spinning?
Well, it's baked in. That's the hypothesis. On the globe hypothesis, it would be spinning.
Not a hypothesis.
Okay, on the globe claim, it would be spinning. You see how saying it's not a hypothesis doesn't do anything? I could just change the word I'm using, and then you, like, stay silent like a dog or something.
Oh my gosh! You don't dare get
you see how I can just, like, switch the word I'm using, and you have, like, no response anymore.
No. It's just that people don't even take you seriously enough to waste their breath to respond. Please.
Yo, Danilon, he said spherical, bro. He said spherical. What the?
Yeah, I know.
What are you?
So if the stars are moving in one direction and the Earth measures flat, then it's curved.
All right, I'll give you guys the last. So I'll make this comment, and I'll give you guys the last word here. So I made two different arguments. I pointed to the fact that you can only see certain stars in certain positions. I also pointed to the rotations of the stars at different positions, and I showed that both of these are much more expected on the globe Earth. And I had no response to that. You can respond now.
It's all cap, bro. You're cap.
So measurements of the Earth flat, used flat, observed flat. So sky spinning in direction still makes the Earth curved.
Okay, yeah, so I appreciate the discussion. That was all devil's advocate. Yeah, I do appreciate you guys talking. Nice.
No, you're cap, bro.
Peace, I'll head off.
Hey, Cartesi, water is attached to the outside of spinning globe spinning balls. Therefore, Earth is a globe. Yeah, I know. But you see his logic. You can say, okay, water. Okay, you can make the other argument. Water doesn't attach to the outside of spinning balls. Therefore, we see real water not doing that. Therefore, Earth is not a globe.
And that guy was a glober, clearly.
Dude, the chat was onto him immediately. Let's put a poll up in the chat right now. See what the chat thinks. Was he a globetard? Obviously. Or no?
He said that Earth is globe, Earth is flat. Those are hypotheses.
All right, we got 5 votes to 0. Holy shit, this guy 6 votes to 0. Got at least 7 votes to 0. It's so easy to tell, man. It's so easy.
Yeah, what gives it away every time is his flat Earth proofs.
He said, "I prayed to God. That's how I know it's flat."
What a retard! That's what these people think. We think.
Right, Sonny. That's the most embarrassing thing. No disrespect to anyone that's into that type of stuff, but dude, that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, even anybody who's into it, I mean, I've heard several of the people who maybe are more of the biblical persuasion, but they totally realize they need to learn the intellectual arguments if they want to, reach people in the world, So, but yeah, obviously somebody who's a globe believer doesn't understand any of that because their belief is faith-based, so they probably assume that ours is also. But yeah, I mean, and also his just incredibly dense use of the word hypothesis and, so many things.
Did he do
Flags
that?
all
I
over the
actually didn't
place.
catch that. I didn't catch the hypothesis thing. That's pretty embarrassing too. Golly.
But
Yikes,
if you don't
bro.
respond within 5 seconds, you're quiet like a dog.
Yeah, what did he say there? I completely missed what he said there. I just heard him say something like, "You're a dog." I'm like, whoa, bro, whoa. It's a kangaroo, actually.
You've got no answer. That's why you're quiet like a dog.
What the fuck? Bro. We knew he was a capper immediately.
From his first statement. His first statement was, "I look at the ground, I see the ground's flat."
I knew it. Yeah, chat was onto him immediately. Then I prayed really hard. I'm like, okay. Okay.
Right. We've got Troggies. Trozig. Sorry, I'm illiterate.
Is that some Australian lingo? What's up, Trozig?
Trozig.
He's got his little Curious George avatar there.
Oh, that's cute.
I used to like that cartoon.
Is the man in the yellow hat? Yes. Are they from Australia? I don't know. They seem like they would be, but
No, they're American or Canadian, maybe.
Americans? Yeah.
Don't try to shell them off on us.
With that weird Aussie hat on? What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying. He looks like an Australian to me.
That's like a Colombian hat.
Bro. Oh, Gems, are you gonna take that, bro?
Well, to be fair, the Aussie hat should be pulled up on one side. So
wait, can you repeat that? My bad.
Oh, nothing.
Yeah, our hats aren't high like that. We have akubras, they're called.
Bless you.
Flat on the top, kind of like a cowboy hat, but a little better.
Yeah, so this is not a small hat.
Shit.
Oh yeah, you guys are totally right. I looked it up. Yeah, the man in the yellow hat finds George in Africa and takes him to live in New York City.
Africa, that's
See, take him, CB. Take him.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, you're right. It's my sorry. It's mine.
The guy so silly was trying to say that I didn't comprehend what he was saying, but I was comprehending both sides and him skipping all of the steps. I was trying to explain to him that he was skipping all of the steps to go to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. He was saying, if I look at the stars doing this and doing that, Earth is a globe, right? But you're skipping the physics of water, the physics of gas pressure. You're skipping the measurements, the lack of measurements of the curvature.
And now,
coming to
because
a
he
conclusion.
assumes that you didn't comprehend, then you're not allowed to answer the question now.
Bruh.
Yeah. Then he goes to looking at the sky, which they always do, which is hilarious.
Skipping all the other steps.
Yeah, they always want to point at the sky, bro. Unfortunately, the
Master
answers are not up there.
Aratoki.
Oh, Master Artichoke is back? Nice.
Got a capybara
Master Halitosis.
on the top of a globe. Oh, he's. Oh.
Is he going to speak up, or Master Artichoke, you're up?
He's gone. No, he's not.
It's, I just thought of something funny. All of my boulders here. Also, Twonger said the Earth is not measured flat in the chats. Feel free to roast him.
Yeah, we need some globe defenders here. We need some people who have some evidence.
Yeah, we need someone who's confident enough, who thinks there's evidence, and then we'll help him persist in his folly, and maybe eventually he'll become wise. Not likely, though, but it should be good entertainment and make for a good show, and I'm here for it.
Yes, we can be on the same page about that. Yes, Creation Bear. We are, aren't we? Because we understand the value of entertainment.
Facts. I call it edutainment. We're not only educating, we're entertaining.
Yep, I think that's good. I like it. I'm on board.
Entercation. Entercation.
Entercation? Yeah, that's a good one. Okay. Let's see it. Yeah. Well, if I just spoke like this the entire time, and the backwards equilateral of the equation is x minus 5 due to the backwards equilaterals equation, the juxtaposition is equally 5. Like, come on, dude. You gotta put a little energy into this thing. When it's time to get serious, we
even
get
better.
serious.
You know the problem with that? Yeah, CB. You know the problem with that was it didn't actually make any sense. They actually try to make sense. Now the thing is, what they say, in my experience in here, okay, what they say actually does make sense, but they overlook many things that make it that make them. Or let me rephrase that. They speak sense, but they overlook the assumptions.
Yeah.
Right. So if you have a scenario, whatever you're looking at, and there's a set of possibilities, you've talked about it before, right? Where there's a set of possible reasons for a thing. They hone in on one. They ignore the fact that they're assuming a set of things in the first place that lead them to hone in on that one assumption, and they dive right in and they argue from that position.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mick, I didn't understand you. You didn't use enough words.
Sorry, I'm kind of just spitballing here.
I'm joking,
But,
man.
I don't know, like, but you follow? Like, they just assume things. They don't consider them assumptions, and they take them as fact.
Yeah, if I assume the Earth is a sphere, then the sky should be doing this. Therefore, the Earth
It
is
does
a sphere.
this. Yeah, period.
So, like, minus those assumptions, it makes sense. That's
Well,
the
you
thing.
can't come to the conclusion of a globe without any assumptions.
Exactly.
No,
That's
bro. They're
No, but
if they're
that's
not
very-
coming to a conclusion, they're working backwards from, you know what I mean? They're not going toward a conclusion. They're working backwards from a conclusion. They've got it already concluded, and they just work backwards. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
In their mind, it's already
Exactly.
legit.
Exactly.
So then they're just like, yeah, it's fucking bullshit. Everything's backward
Exactly.
engineered.
Oh yeah, totally backwards engineering. That's where the assumptions come into play.
Right. So it's like, oh, because this is true, we have to assume this also has to be true. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like parallel rays and stuff.
Nonsense makes sense.
Yeah. That's another thing, Gen Z. You always had that. But like, I always say, like, okay, like just because it makes sense doesn't make it true. You know what I mean?
Well,
No,
it makes
actually,
sense
because
'cause it's the only
when we
story
say,
they've had.
you know how we kind of specific about the meaning of words, right? And when you say that something makes sense, okay, your sensory system in your body, let's say the vestibular system, if the ground was moving, you will sense it because the vestibular system is designed, your God-given system is designed to detect rotation, actual rotation, and so and also when they say, okay, it makes sense that the ground is spinning even though you don't sense it. You see how it's backwards. He's saying
Right.
the nonsense makes sense. You see, and then when they say, oh, this I can observe you with your vision, one of another of your sensors, we can observe the sun moving, but that means that that's another nonsensical argument that they're arguing that the nonsense makes sense. They're saying we don't see the curvature, but that's how
but that
you know
makes
it's there
sense.
because you don't see it. That makes sense. It's there.
It's one of the ways. I think it's Matthew Lerms who puts it. The way he phrases it, it's a little bit more honest than all of the others that come in here. He would put it like in the discussion of whether we're rotating or not. He puts it like either we're not rotating or we are rotating, but we just can't feel it. And from that point of view, at least there's two options, but he tends to choose one over the other because all the other evidence leads to that. And
But keep it in your senses, right? Because when they say it makes sense, he takes it to mathematics. He say, oh, because it's only spinning 0.001 degree or whatever, right? He says one rotation per 24 hours, right? And your senses wouldn't detect that, right? So he puts it in math.
Right.
But that's how they hijacked what the senses are actually indicating, right? And hijack that and take it away from the senses and make it nonsense out of the senses. And even though you can actually use your senses and let's say with devices and technology confirm and how do you say test and confirm what your senses are already telling you, like, you know, you can use optical devices to observe the horizontal frame of you're gonna use your eyes to observe whatever your laser test is telling you, right? Or you're gonna use cameras to observe the sun moving, or you're gonna do a bunch of other things with technology to confirm what you already know, that the ground is motionless, that is not curving like a ball, right? And you're gonna confirm all of these things that your senses already point out, but they going beyond that. They going away from your senses, away from what you can demonstrate and confirm, and putting it in a nonsensical paradigm and trying to make sense out of the nonsense, just with words and numbers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Purely abstract. That's
That was
their
more like
issue.
the abstract. Holy. Nah, I'm just kidding, Johnny. We love you.
Basically that.
Yeah. They're just telling us the lore checks out. Like, yeah, okay, cool. You have your lore. Now, what about like the reality part? Yeah, but the lore. It's like, we know the lore, dude.
Does that make sense, Simple Jack?
Yeah. I see what you did there.
Who's that? Potato Man? It looks like a potato. Oh no, that's fucking Itchy and Scratchy. Holy shit. But no, not Itchy and Scratchy. What the fuck? Never mind.
It makes sense that if we leave reality where you don't sense the rotation of the Earth, it makes sense that you just write it on a piece of paper and make the numbers. Then it makes sense that the Earth is spinning. See, it's like backwards logic or nonsensical logic. And like I said, you can confirm what your senses are already telling you. The ground is motionless. Tell me, there's no devices that detect the rotation of the Earth, right? So your senses are correct. The Earth is not curving, it's not spinning. But then they're gonna do math and tell you, yeah, look, whatever. If we observe the sun and then with the solar system and whatever, all of these conjured numerical values that are nonsensical, then that they want to make sense out of that, but it's still nonsense.
They rationalize it away. It's kind of like, let's say you have a table. On your table, you have nothing. Let's say, I have 0 apples on my table. But the story could be told that, oh, there was an apple there, but it was taken away before you looked at it. Right? So there's your +1 and then -1, and then, it results in no apples on the table. Right? The story is that event happened. The result is the same. And but then you have to trust them that event happened, such that the numbers add up, but the story might not actually be true. See, I don't know if that made any sense. It kind of worked out in my head. Like, you have +1 -1, that's 0, but 0 is just 0. So unless the occurrence of some sort of event that aligns with that math actually exists, well then, you just have to take their word for it.
You have to pre-assume that you're already on the fantasy, and they build it from there.
Exactly. Yeah.
You have to jump in the fantasy first, and then build it from there. And it makes sense in the movie, the Force and the Jedi, and traveling across the galaxy to fight the evil Jedi, whatever. That makes sense in the fantasy. You're already talking in the fantasy. They say the solar system. People say solar system, and they think about the cartoon that what they were given. The Earth goes around the sun like the other planets, right? But in reality, what we observe is the sun and all the luminaries revolving across the sky. We don't have a solar-centric system. The sun is part of a mechanism of the sky. So they kind of want to make it the Earth sun-centric, even though we don't observe the Earth being sun-centric. We don't see that. We don't observe that. We don't measure that. But they want to say the Earth goes around the sun. That's complete nonsense. They want to do the numbers and the fantasy and makes sense out of the nonsense. We don't detect the sun. We don't observe the sun. There's no device that can show you the Earth being sun-centric. But how do that people say that makes sense? But it doesn't. Complete nonsense. Even the sky is not heliocentric. The sky, the sun is part of the sky movement, but like the sky is not sun-centric. It's not heliocentric. I would say it's more. If my belief is more God-centric or whatever, is at the center of all of the rotation of the sky. Because even flat earthers or people, that have other beliefs, they say the sky is geocentric, but the sky, the luminaries, the celestials are not geo. The sky is not geo. The ground is geo below your feet. The sky is above. The luminaries are, whatever the sky center is, they're centric to that.
Yeah, some of these globe believers will acknowledge that they only believe it because of the body of science, that they assume these experts know better than they do, and it's a more honest position than the ones that paint themselves into corners actually trying to defend it. They really, the only way you could be an honest person and keep defending the globe would be just to hijack, to give your mind over to the experts and admit that you only believe it because you have faith in the scientists, and a few of them will do that.
Well said. Have you guys spoken to Ardal? Ardal.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the chat, Ardal. Talk to my friend here, Dandelion. Go ahead.
Do you have any thoughts about the Earth, Arda? Do you understand why we say that the Earth measures flat?
I ask one question.
Let's hear it.
How I improve my English level? I am mid level English.
Right. Yeah. So, what do you think about the globe? Nope. I guess he doesn't want to tell us.
Yeah, maybe he did have a language barrier, or maybe he was just LARPing, but yeah. It has to be a mutual thing to have a conversation.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to.
And we are live. Jones has been. Oh. Hey, Jones is back.
You know, Jones.
Yeah, this guy has lost his freaking mind. Dude, the guy's cooked. Honestly, might just have to see if he's normal today, and if not, we're just gonna remove him from the call. Most likely, the guy's a psychopath. I think I have a simp.
Boy.
I have a simp now.
Oh, he likes you?
I think so. Or he's just got a weird hate boner, you know. So it's always weird when they pull out their hate boner, but you know, it is what it is. So he said, what happened? So he said something like, they measure the Earth to be a globe. And then I'm like, dude, you just said it was measured a globe. And he's like, no, I didn't. I said it was flat. I'll pay you $500 to join a private call and talk about it. I'm like, okay, sure. And we literally listened to him on live stream. Super funny. That's cooked. Isn't that
I
right?
just wanted to understand why the big slam hasn't been talked about more.
What is
It just
that?
seems like a really big deal, and nobody's talking about it. I don't understand.
You're
We need
talking
to
about
start
it.
building the steel columns. We need to start building the steel columns and save Earth. Okay.
You see
The
what I
ice
mean? You
walls.
see what I mean, Dandelion?
The ice walls are the only thing that can support the series of steel columns to make sure that the big slam doesn't happen.
You see
Okay.
what I mean, Dandelion?
I
It's
do
a problem.
see. I see. Yes.
The guy's lost his mind, dude. Like, he's fucking crazy, bro. Holy. Even the chat's like, what the fuck? This
What
guy.
did I run into, man? CB, help me out, man.
He just posted something in the chat about the Earth accelerating upwards, bro.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's got his whole little like proposition here with diagrams.
Damn, Jonesy.
Bro's cooked. He's cooked.
Cooked.
Yep. I don't know. You think he's like trying to be a parody of himself, or what's going on here?
Low key. Yeah. Dude, this guy's fucking weird.
What else is going on, man? That's too weird for me, bro.
Yeah, good looking out. Shout out to whoever just did that. Who was that? It doesn't show who did that. Who just booted him out of here? Who did that?
I booted him out of there.
Who did?
W. Wait, who was that?
Batman.
Batman.
Oh, hell yeah. W Batman.
Batman's so smart. Plus, he agrees with me all the time, which I really appreciate.
No simping. No simping, Batman. Do not
No,
simp, bro.
it's just because he's very reasonable, logical, and
I
sees
don't
things the way
know.
they should be, aka the way I see them.
I don't know. Oh, too funny. Always agreeing with women? No, let me stop.
You should try it sometime, Creation Bear.
Hell no. What? Never would I do that. What?
That's
No
what my dad
way.
did. Yeah, my dad did, and they were married almost 50 years till he died. Yes, dear. Just try it, Creation
That's
Bear.
a
Yes,
bad
dear.
idea. Chat, do not do that. Chat, whatever you do not do that. It's not happy wife, happy life. It's happy king, happy kingdom.
Oh, really? Without a queen, then?
No, you can't have a kingdom without a queen.
Mm-hmm. Yes, dear. Just practice it. Just say it once for me, Creation Bear. Yes, dear.
Never.
I'll get you to say that. I'll get you to say that before we shut down shop
Never
here.
gonna happen.
Hey, you come to my misogyny chat. I'm gonna do a misogyny headquarters call and chill chat sometime.
I'll do it
Call
for
like
CB though.
CB's misogyny corner, and then maybe we'll bust it out.
Okay, I would come for that. I would come for that.
All right. Oh, dude, that's a bad idea, Chad. I do not recommend that. By the way, we'll talk about that during the misogyny meeting in the chill chat.
I thought it was called Fresh and Flat.
Fresh and Flat, yeah, that's cool too. I think yeah. Well, lots of names for it.
Yeah.
We'll workshop it.
All right.
But yeah.
Are we live?
I think we're live, chat.
Mick says we're live. Okay.
Sorry, if Mick says it, you know it's facts.
It's facts.
Guys, just want to remind the panel. I've recently received my plaque for the head of the Cultural Development Department. If you think I'm joking, I have it. I'll put it in the chat here. Let's just grab that for you guys real quick. Just in case you're wondering if there's any like pole shifts or memes, vibes. I'm here to check up on the vibes. So let me get my plaque out real quick.
Is it gold?
It is gold. Actually, it is gold. Low key, it is gold.
That's the only kind of plaque to have, man. The gold one.
I had to sign it, send it back in for authorization and everything. Right. There, it's in the chat right there.
Oh, that's sweet.
I've been appointed as the head of the Cultural Development Department. So
I like the font. It's hot.
Yeah, that's how you know it's legit.
Right.
Yeah, and you appointed yourself. Yeah, I'm going to appoint myself to something too. Good idea.
Honestly, we are looking for a head sandwich maker.
That's sandwich.
Want to sign up?
Yeah, I think you should do that, Creation Bear. I think you'd make some good sandwiches.
I don't make sandwiches. That's not my job.
Too bad.
Oh wait, we got Flatsy out there. We got Flatsy.
You got no one making them for you at the moment, so you must be going hungry.
How do you know that? You don't know that.
Did you just say you got Flatsy to make sandwiches?
I hear it.
You say that?
We all hear about your little
She'll make
the sandwiches. No problem.
Flatsy loves making the sandwiches.
She does. She's damn good at it too, man.
Jenna was mad about it at first, but now she's cool. She's cool. She come around. Now we just gotta get the other ones on board.
What did Jenna tell you to go and get fucked?
At first she did. Then she cooled off. Once we
she
had to charge up the pen pad a little bit.
She thought about it and went, yeah, okay.
I had to hit her with that Falcon punch.
Falcon punch!
There you go.
CB, why do you like pushing your luck?
What do you say, Batman?
Why do you like pushing your luck?
What are you talking about?
I know what he's talking about. Don't pretend you don't know what he's talking about. Go ahead, Batman.
I mean, seriously, you call yourself a flat earther and you don't know what I'm talking about. You're supposed to have a bit more common sense than that.
Well, you're saying push luck. Why are you speaking vague? Like, there's other people that don't know what you're talking about, so just be specific.
No need to be specific on the live stream. If you want to go to another room, I'll be more than happy to be specific.
Sure. Yeah, I'll go. You want to go now?
Right. Which room do you want to go to?
Guys, go work it out.
We can go to Chill Chat.
Go to one-on-one room.
No, we'll go to Chill Chat on the main server.
Yeah, that works. I'll go right now.
That'll work.
All right.
Sweet.
So we've got who in the panel?
Just looks like a bunch of regulars, man. Nobody.
Yeah, there's a thing called Stockholm Syndrome. Yeah, just so you guys know, like when there's certain people in society that have power, just because certain other people go along with it, doesn't mean they agree with it. Just like in the South, during Jim Crow laws and so on. Like, if a black boy whistled at a white woman, he might get, killed, like Emmett Till. So, they probably wouldn't whistle at a white woman. They probably would say, yes, massa. You know what I'm saying? So just because a woman does that doesn't mean she's going along with the program. It means she's just trying to survive in the world. Yeah. Right, Blondie?
That's exactly correct. Yes.
That was hilarious. That was good. It's a good one.
Well, last week I spent my days in San Francisco, one of the fag capitals of the world.
Okay, mate.
All right.
That's
So do you want to talk about flat Earth, or are you just here to mess around and use some kind
No,
of
I do want to
weird
talk
voice?
about flat Earth. I do.
Mhm. What do you want to say about it? What do you know about it?
All right. Present your
What I
evidence
do
of the globe.
know, what I do know is that according to the globists, I should say, you should be able to see curvature amongst bridges, whether that be in accounting and architecture or with the visual naked eye. And that's simply not true. If you take a look at the Pyongyang Bridge of China, stretches across several miles, right? Absolutely zero curvature whatsoever.
110 miles. I believe the number.
No curvature in that bridge, by the way.
No, it's flat. Totally.
You sound like you're repeating verbatim. What's his name? The guy that lives in Thailand now.
Dubay?
Yeah, Eric Dubay.
I heard he moved back to the States, man. I can't verify it.
What's your favorite color, Blondie?
Blonde.
Whatever color your pussy is.
Oh, that gets you kicked out of here.
Second one tonight. What the hell?
Yeah, moron. Take it easy, shit face.
Get the fuck out of here. Dude, why am so disrespectful, man? Would you ever like walk into a classroom and go and do that? No. You're going to get beat on, or at least some shit thrown at you for sure. Yeah, that's so stupid, man. Why would you do that? All right.
We've got Tin Man.
Tin Man?
Oh, he's on all three of our servers.
Cute little, I like the little picture. Hey there, Tin Man.
Hello, how are you?
If I only had a brain.
Good.
Oh, there we go.
It's a heart, man.
It's a heart.
It's a heart. Yeah.
Yeah, the heart. Yeah, Tin Man doesn't
Scarecrow didn't have the brain.
Can you sing the heart? Can you sing the heart song? You know that?
No.
No. You need to learn it, man. Come on. You should be able to pop that off. Bam.
Yeah, he could have his own little theme song. That would be cute.
It's right in the movie. He's singing about not having a heart and it's crying.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. When a man's an empty kettle, he should be on his mettle.
There you go.
There it is. How are you guys tonight?
Good, man. Just got here, chilling out. Got two people come in here and be extremely disrespectful, man. It was weird.
Yeah, I heard Blonde as right. I was coming in. I'm like, yeah, good to be gone.
I'm down with a good joke, but when you cross,
that's not a good joke. Yeah, that's disrespectful, man. 100%.
You wouldn't.
Well, I wanted to see. I mean, the reason I asked him that question, "What's your favorite color?" I wanted to see, like, if he was actually a person or just like some kind of weird robot. But yeah, who knows? Maybe he's not a robot then, since he came up with the lewd joke. So I guess robots might not do that.
Right. I have a question for you guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Go for it.
All right. Have any of you guys ever studied Tartaria?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you got to spare 500,000 hours.
Oh man, it's just something I've been looking into. You know, like I became a flat earther in 2015 when it was really huge and big, and
right.
You know, so I researched it, and I'm like, and I was back and forth for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then, you know, finally I read Psalm 19 where the sun has a circuit, and I'm like, you know, if it's in the Bible, it's going to be true. And so I've been looking into Tartaria lately, and it's very interesting. Oh yeah, very interesting. The building, just fascinating stuff to me. Like I love all that.
It's a rabbit hole, man.
Bro.
Yeah. How deep can you go, man?
Right.
I'm down with these guys building these buildings. Of course they could do it. But what I'm bothered with most of the time is when they describe, you know, who built it and how long it took. And a lot of these buildings, you're like, is it that fucking, they crank that shit out in like a year and a half, and you're like, what?
Yeah, with horse cart and a hammer.
Right.
And
Yeah. That's my problem, is that when they go into like how long it took to build it, man, I'm like, the narrative is fucking stupid. and I think it's
Yeah.
AI. I think a lot of it's AI made up.
What's AI?
Like the story behind certain buildings, man. There's one guy that built 72 buildings in 2 years, and you're like, fuck did they come up with that shit,
Mhm.
It's stupid. It just drives me nuts, man. I'm like, how do we verify all this stuff? I don't know, but it's certainly the storyline they give us is just, and for a lot of these buildings, it's ridiculous. Some of them are, pretty close, but but the art, the detail and the artwork and shit, man.
No, it's amazing. We don't make anything like that. Not even
Incredible.
close. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we built some
Yeah.
great shit today, man. I mean, you can
Yeah.
go
Oh
look
yeah.
at
No, but
fucking the Disney building in LA, man. It's fucking stupid looking, Like, how the fuck did they build that fucking crazy thing? They did it though.
Check out this one that they built.
5-6 years.
Check out this one they built in Melbourne for the expo.
Oh, the expos and all of those expositions and look at that bad boy, man.
Is that in the chat?
They just cranked that fucker out in like 6 months, man. Right? Probably.
Yeah.
You go look at the timeline, and it's like, what? Get out of here.
Well, that was at a time. That was at a time when there was 10,000 people living in Melbourne.
Right.
That's crazy. There ain't no way. There ain't no freaking way.
Yeah. So I'm down with the Tartary thing, but a lot of people are flat earthers. A lot of flat earthers hate talking about it, but I don't.
Yeah. I don't. Hey, I'm just on the search for truth, right? And I keep my mind open. Like I don't care either way. Either way, it was that way with flat Earth. I don't care either way. I just want the truth.
Yeah.
Hey, check out the inside of it. Have a look at this.
It'd be like
This was built in 8 months.
Dude,
no.
Oh my god, no freaking way.
All right, I got to look at that. Hold on.
That's crazy.
Those are metal trusses holding up the roof.
Well, apparently they're timber with like a cement base over them.
Nice floor. Love that floor, dude. Get out of here. That's like fucking. That's a beautiful wood floor, man. Damn.
Crazy, yeah.
How do you like to clean that shit? No, thanks. One other thing about Tartaria that really bothers me, and some of the people I follow have touched on it just recently, was like if you go to like Notre Dame, there's no fucking toilets in Notre Dame, dude. There ain't one John in the whole place, bro. And I tell that to architects, and they're like, "What? What are you talking about?" I go, "Yeah, they didn't have shitters in there. So what was that building used for?" I always like to ask them. It was some kind of frequency healing vibration thing, man, potentially, because they had a huge organ in there at one time.
Yeah.
They took the organ out. And I was like, well, you took the musical instrument out of the building? Why did you do that? Dumbasses. You suck.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a lot of these buildings, there's no toilets. It's weird.
And then it's I find they've linked it to like free electricity, traveling through, which I'm game. Okay, like they're resonators. Yep,
resonated, cymatic. It's all kinds of crazy stuff, man. But but all I know is their timeline, the way they explain what happened and who built it. The guy built this building. He probably built 7 other buildings, Timbo, in Australia. I bet you if you look into this architecture, and he won a fucking contest. It was an architectural contest. You guys familiar with those? There's thousands of them. Yeah. Oh, he won the contest, and we went with his design. What?
Yeah.
It's crazy stuff, man.
Yeah.
Stuff AI would come up with,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Over and over again. They're very AI is very repetitive, by the way. They've had AI.
You look at those cymatic patterns at the front of church windows as well, and you go,
100% crazy.
Beautiful stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, thanks for sharing that building, man.
That's just one of them, dude. We got them all over the city.
I know, but I don't have anything in my fucking city like that, bro. Not even close.
We got big, huge ones up on the hill, and
I
they
got
were. Guess what
Disneyland.
they were? Guess what they were? Mental asylums.
Mental
No. Oh, that's another. That's number 3 on my list. Is the insane asylums. Wait a minute, bro. They're all over the world. They're not just like in America. Even though there was like
Yeah, they're
200
on the prime position, right on the highest hills in the city,
right,
overlooking rivers and stuff like
right.
that, and they're mental
Beautiful.
asylums. And you go,
That's
what
where
the
we're gonna
fuck?
send the crazy
man?
people so they have a
Yeah.
killer view of the vistas and the hills, and they can roam the property and just enjoy their day. And yeah, that's where you built the insane asylum. Really? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it is a fun topic. If you spend as much time as Timbo and I have at it, and it seems like yourself there, bro. You've spent a bit of time at that too, man.
Oh, I love researching that stuff, man. That's kind of like my hobby.
Right.
I got my kids into it, man. I'm like, what do you think about this? This is so cool.
I'm a big John Levy guy myself.
John Levy. Okay.
Yeah. And then
I don't know if I know that name.
This last year or so, I've been watching a guy named Kenny. He runs a channel called My Lunch Break.
Okay.
I can drop both those in the chat, man.
Yeah, do that, man, for sure. I'll totally love to check that out.
Chat, man. These are my 2 favorites right now. I mean, Kenny, My Lunch Break. I don't like that he has a lot of commercials on his videos, man.
Okay.
But his stuff's good. He goes through the narrative. He really breaks down, who built the building, when they built it, who's the architect. Yeah.
Does he get now? Do you guys think those are linked with the World Fairs at all?
Oh, he goes into the fairs. He goes into the tunnels. He goes into the catacombs. Dude, this guy's going everywhere, bro.
Okay, cool.
He's going to bring you. If you're not aware of something, watching his shit, you'll find some stuff out to at least go, oh shit, I need to look at that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's Kenny, My Lunch Break. His
and now
name's
they're
Kenny.
saying they don't need it.
So that one I posted above that Flat Earth dude. That's the mental asylum in one of the most expensive suburbs up on the hill.
See, that should make any architect and any engineer, city engineer, anybody that does anything in civil engineering whatsoever go, what? Wait a minute. That's an insane asylum? Get out of here. All right, there's John Levy. I just posted John Levy. You'll love John, man. He's like
excellent.
Yeah, he takes a while to get used to because he speaks really slow. But once you he's kind of soothing once you get to know where he's going with what he's saying. It's pretty cool.
Those are my 2 favorites to check out. I first heard about Tartaria from Martin. How do you say his last name?
Leakey.
Martin Leakey. Martin Leakey.
Yeah.
I haven't watched anything Martin. Is Martin still doing stuff, man? I haven't seen him around, bro.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at this topic for a couple of years now.
Yeah. But I'll watch a video from John or Kenny, and then, I'll call it a week, man. I'm not going to deep dive or anything, but good stuff.
Right,
man.
Yeah.
We'll see.
You guys ever listen to that? He's a mathematician guy. He always talks about cymatics. He's kind of a younger guy, maybe 25, 30, somewhere in there. Got a beard, but he's not a flat earther. But he always talks about cymatics, and he brings up the ancient architecture a lot.
Oh,
I'll have to find out. Yeah, I'll have to find out who he is. He's not a flat earther, but I mean, the way he's talking, I'm like, man, if you just saw this other little angle here, it would change a lot.
Well, he's a flat earther. You just don't know it, man.
Yeah, probably.
He'll be all right.
He'll be all right. He'll get there.
Give him a chance. So yeah, there's just so many areas of Tartaria you can go look at. It's like I said, it's a big rabbit hole. You can go down it for a long time, and it's hard to prove.
Yeah, and you'll still come out the other end going, I don't know shit.
I thought I knew some shit, but it turns out I didn't know shit. Okay.
Yeah.
But it is fun, man. I really enjoy it. If there's a Tartaria server you guys know about, I'd probably join it. Just to, hang out with other Tartaria heads. Just kicking some funny ideas around, man. Let's just kick it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'm not starting in that fucking thing again. I lost way too many hours on that.
Dude, I went to the oldest building in my city, and I'm like, it's weak, dude. It's like some bricks and shit. But I did do a little bit of a deep dive into and I could never, ever find any construction pictures, bro. None. There was one.
No, of course not.
There was one, but it was like, it looked like a reconstruction picture. You know what I mean? It was like, what? It was weird too, man. There was some weird dude standing in the window. It was kind of creepy, man, actually. But, and that building's only like 12 years old or something. It's not very old. But I I went right down there, man. Said, where's the pictures of when they were building it? And I got these two weird pictures, and I was like, nah, okay.
This is one of the oldest buildings in Melbourne that's left. That hasn't been knocked down.
It looks like a hotel.
The Grand Hotel.
It looks like it is the Grand Hotel. There it is. Yeah, there's one of those in Washington State I stayed at. It looks very similar, bro. And it's old too. It's like 100 and something years old.
All right, I just found the guy, the mathematician guy. You guys can check him out. You'll like what he has. I'll put it in the post here in a second.
Right on, man. What year was that built, Timbo?
Not sure, but what's... well, so they say. Melbourne's 1860s, I think so.
Wow. Yeah, you need one of those in 1860, bro.
Dude, that's crazy. Yeah.
What? No, dude. We need toilets, bro. Showers.
I'm gonna show you another one that was
running water.
This one's been knocked down, but this is a coffee house that's built it to have coffee in.
Hold on. Shit. Now you guys are... I gotta...
Check that out.
There you go. Joe Rogan.
Melbourne Coffee House.
Just coffee, yeah. That's owned by Starbucks.
Yeah. What the...
Dude, that's crazy, bro. Why is it not letting me save? It doesn't let me save pictures.
And this is right? Australia. Like, no one fucking lived here.
Yes, there was like nobody there, and they built that. Yeah, that's another thing with the area thing. I'm like
riding around on kangaroos and shit. Like,
please, somebody explain that to me. Give me a good explanation for that. That'd be great. That's all I'm looking for. And no historian can come up with some shit, Well, they wanted to make sure that they were counted in the World Economic Forum, and get the fuck out of here. They didn't build that shit to impress anybody. I mean, it's impressive. Don't get me wrong, but you got like 10,000 people here, man. We're hunting, we're fishing. Come on.
Yeah, and it took fucking 6 months to get here anyway.
Right, it took fucking half a year to get here. I'm like, now it's hot. And I ain't working on that today. Fuck that. It's too fucking hot.
Well, now it's cold, but
now it's cold, and you're like, I don't want to work on
extreme hot to extreme cold.
Yeah, that YouTube channel. Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead, man.
I said that YouTube channel. I think it's Bass Forge or Base Forge. That's the guy I was talking about. he does all this stuff on cymatics. Super smart, super fun to listen to.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. He does it on speakers, does he? With the glass?
Yeah, well, yeah, he does it. He has a ton of stuff on cymatics, and then he gets into architecture, and then he gets into the resonators and the electricity of
Wow.
these old. Yeah, it's pretty cool. He breaks it all down, and he's real fun to listen to.
Yeah, I got into that with the chapel, with the chapel spires, with them having mercury inside them, like balls of mercury.
Yeah. Yep.
So let me ask you guys a question, man. So if I went to a birthday party this weekend and I walked in the room and found some dude sitting in the corner watching a football game or something on the pitch, eating Jell-O, and I say, "Hey, man, are you into Tartaria?" What the fuck?
He'd look at you like you got two fucking heads, mate.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, I used to, go to parties and say, "Hey, man, have you ever looked into flat Earth?" That kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
And it was fucking hard at first, man. At first, man, people would just be like, fucking, they turn into like little demons and shit, man. I'm like,
yeah,
what the fucking gremlins are fucking loose? Holy shit. All I ask is about flat Earth. Now, if you go to a party and ask about flat Earth, it's no problem, man. Nobody's going to fucking go, oh, it's
really?
different now, bro.
Nah,
It's
man.
That's an interesting anecdote. I would not have known that. Very interesting.
I mean, I used to get hammered talking about flat Earth, man. I mean,
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Vicious people would be like getting in your face, and now it's like, oh yeah, I heard about those guys. Interesting.
Dude, I think I got passed up for promotions in the oil field when I was in the oil field. Like, dude, they did not take kindly to that. They're like, "You're an idiot." Like,
right.
I'm researching, dude, and I got answers to all your questions. And
yeah, it takes a while, but I don't know. I think it's just more normalized at this point in 2020, 10 years later.
Now all those people are riding in LA.
Yeah, shit. That's where I live.
Is it?
I'm 32 miles from LA, man. Close enough.
Okay.
Right?
How much drop over distance is there over 32 miles?
32 miles. It's 772 feet. Fucking Mongos.
Do you go to those parties and go, "Hi, I'm flat Earth, dude"?
I just made up a number, man. I don't know. It's probably like
I know you did.
It's got to be close to 600 or 700 feet, man. Was just
I think it'd be more than that. 32 miles.
32 miles. Wait. Dude, I have to bring up my fucking curvature chart. Really? All right. Let me see if I can find it. Curve. I just write it down. Curve. All right. Where is it? All right, here it is. Nope, not in it.
683 looks like. So yeah, pretty close there.
Okay, I was off.
Wow, you did all right.
I was close. I was like 600-700. I was right in there ballpark.
Yeah, not bad ballparking.
Just off the top of my head.
That's a lot, right? People don't realize how much that is.
700 feet is a freaking... I dare you to go fucking hiking up 700 feet tomorrow, man, and do it as fast as you can. Go.
Or down it. Down it.
And then, run down it as fast as you can. You're going to be fucked, man. You're screwed. Anyway, there's my curvature chart. Here it is. I found it. Thank you, Dandelion. You are a lifesaver. But yeah, close to that. 32 miles. Well, this one says drop distance in inches. Or was that in inches? Feet, yeah. No, wait, 32 miles. Where we at?
Yeah, I have to do 32 times 32 times 8 and then divide that by 12. Wow. 8 inches per mile squared. So you square the miles and then divide it by 12 after you times it by 8.
Yeah, it's like... I got...
Oh, you're such a teacher.
30 miles, at 30 miles, 616 feet at 30 miles.
Yeah, so 8 times 32 times 32 is 8,192, and then you divide that by 12. That's how you get 683.
Don't try and make it sound easy, Dandelion, all right?
All right, at 50 miles is 1,600 feet. At 60 miles, man, just lousy 60, bro. 2,400 feet. Come on.
Yeah, that's close to the Chicago observation.
Timbo, we were looking at that bluff there in Australia, man. It's 100 miles.
The one that Matrix had?
Yeah. I posted
You're confusing us all like we're all one person again.
It's it's almost 7,000 feet, man. Drop. Come on. At 100 lousy miles, bro. Just I mean, you can walk 100 miles.
Yeah, the Proclaimers did it.
Probably take you like, I don't know, just taking it easy, chilling, eating, drinking. 3 days. Yeah, I think you can walk 100 easy. Now, if you're, top athlete, yeah, you could probably walk that bad boy in like a day and a half, maybe.
What, 100 miles? No, It's like 160 kilometers. You probably walk maybe 30 k's a day max.
Yeah.
It'd take you a week.
Take you like it would take you longer.
I'm glad someone caught on to what I just said before.
Me too, bro. I like it. Yeah, Tim, man, I'll check out bass, man.
Yeah, you'll like him. You'll like him.
All about the bass, man. Not bass.
Bass.
The bass.
Bass.
Yeah, it's all about the bass.
So has and I haven't looked into it in a while. Has anybody heard any other varying theories on? And I don't know if this is the night you guys do this on or not, but varying theories on the whole Antarctica thing that stupid Jaren, godless man,
right?
Well, we were saying even before they went there, there's like no point going there because unless you're going to measure the surface, right? Just
right.
No one claimed. So what they did was they were trying to reify a map, like an AE map, where the sun rotates around a certain point, and then the map is spread out to an ice wall on the outside. Now, Jaren believed in this map, but debunked it in 2016. He was part of a group that debunked that map, saying this map can't be the map. And then he said, I'm going because the AE map has to be true.
Right.
So if I see the sun in the sky for 24 hours, then it can't be a flat Earth because I believe in the AE map.
Yeah.
So,
hey,
it's weird because he knows he's been through this argument before and said, well, if the sun's in the sky for 24 hours, it doesn't matter because the Earth measures to be flat anyway. So, what does the sun make a difference whether the surface, it doesn't go, okay, the Earth measures flat, the sun rotates around the sky at 24 hours in the south, therefore the Earth is curved?
Therefore, the Earth is curved. Makes total logical sense. Yeah. If you like Disneyland. If you like Disneyland. One thing about that, like you said, 2016, he was hanging out with like Jake the Flat Earther, right?
There was all sorts of weird stuff.
Okay, it was Jake. And then Jake said, look, man, this AE map's dog shit, fuck off. And they changed his name to Jake the Asshole after he debunked the fuck out of the AE map or whatever, according to him. And then Jaren was, I think, in that conversation at that time, man. I'm pretty sure, bro.
Yeah. He said, well, it can't be this then.
I think it was, even Subrats might have been in on that at that time. I don't know, man. It's a lot of shit went down back then. 10 years ago.
Yeah. Well, they had like Mr. Moot. I don't know if you guys ever saw him on YouTube.
Mook. I would remember that.
Mr. Moot. Moot, like making a moot point.
MUTE.
Right?
MMOOT.
I think I remember
Oh,
that name.
MOOT.
I saw it around.
Yeah, he would wear like a knight's outfit.
Oh shit!
Things got really weird, really weird. Then you had Patricia Steer and other hot potatoes.
Oh yeah, that was weird. That was very weird.
Well, she's a Glober now too.
Yeah, she is.
Oh shoot! Now Jaron and Paul on the Plane and Rich. What's his fucking Rich?
Now is Paul the Plane? Is he a Glover now?
Wait. Okay, and anyway, at least those three and one other. Robbie Davidson.
Robbie Davidson. Yep.
They all flipped, and they also were involved in some kind of a crypto thing together. That was weird.
Interesting.
I think it was called Axion, something like that.
Okay.
Anyway, just thought that.
Yeah, I think Jaron was a plant, though, man. I don't know, dude. In the way that he flipped.
Well, he's got. Have you seen his shows lately?
Oh yeah, I've seen like little sniglets of it. I can't stand to listen to him. I've talked to him a number of times. And just he doesn't his logic doesn't logic.
I met him twice in person, so
did you?
Yeah.
His shows are now called Once We're Flat.
What's it called?
Yeah, we were flat. WWE or something.
Oh, we were flat. That's it.
Yeah, we were flat is what he does now.
Dude, that's so cock.
He has all these anti-flat earthers on.
Dude, he's a cock and a mongo together.
He did one with Simon Dan.
Dude, no. All right, that's it. Cock mongo. Dude. That's it. Whatever. Good luck, bro. Anyway, Earth measures flat, flies flat, sails flat, fucking navigates flat. I mean, come on.
Yep.
There's no other waters level. Oh shit, throw that one in. Yeah, we can go down the list. Which one you want to get? Gravity's,
Gravity.
Yeah.
Gravity.
Specific gravity. I love a specific.
Oh, don't you mean that the Earth is going upwards at a rate of 1.37? That accounts for gravity. I don't know where that came from.
You're going to square the speed. It has to keep on increasing.
Right. It's a weird speed.
So how fast is it going now?
1.7 trillion miles an hour. I don't know. Fuck. Who knows?
More than that.
They can come up with all kinds of crazy numbers. Dude, I got physicists from Switzerland, man. They're like, dude, Earth's flat, man. Check it out. Yeah, we've been down.
Well, what are you going to do with all this dark matter, man?
It's just dark, man.
It's dark matter.
Put it back where it belongs.
Right. In your imagination. Yep.
I want to know where the light matter is, man.
The light matter.
I want some light matter. Fuck this dark matter shit.
I love it when they came up with that. There's this star, and it's super dense. Just a teaspoon of this star weighs the same mass as the Earth.
Right. A teaspoon equals the fucking Earth's mass. Okay. You want me, dude? What kind of acid are you on, bro? I gotta get some eventually. Not today, though.
They're on some
massive acid, in my opinion. It takes the amount of belief you have to have in this solar system, outer space, and spinny roundy globe is so it's off the charts, man. I mean, it makes Disneyland look like a fucking city park, dude. I mean,
it makes Disneyland look safe for kids.
Oh,
you know what I mean.
I want to go there, man. Hold on. I got to refrain from talking about that. If you guys want to go to a private room,
We're going down some rabbit
anyway.
holes there.
But no, I mean Disney and space. They all came together at the same time, man. Disney and space. They all were working together. Him and
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, man, is that not like enough evidence? Do I need more? Really? Come on.
Yeah, a couple of best mates, Warner Von Braun and Walt Disney, best mates, making up space, doing animations.
Right. Using his, studio graphics and stuff for Werner von Braun, a Nazi coming out of Germany. Yeah, that's interesting. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes total sense, man. That's not, or
Stanley Kubrick.
Hey, if they discovered space, wouldn't there be like Space Day? Like International Space Day? Like this is the day when we discovered space.
That's such a point, bro. Dude, I'm totally tripping. What a great question, bro. Dude, are you kidding me?
I got that off T-Dub.
Oh, T-Dub. Dude, you crush. That's a crushing question, bro. Where's our National Space Day, bro? This is the day we invented space or found it, or it was founded. That's founded. That was another thing with if you look at the descriptions of a lot of buildings, it was founded in this year.
Yeah.
That one always made me laugh. Like, what do you mean it was founded? No, it was built, bitches. But come on. No. It was founded. We found
Or they were walking along and found it.
We just came out of our.
Oh, look at this! We found it. Mm-hmm.
All right. I mean,
it could my thoughts on Tartaria is it could line up with, pre-flood empires.
Yeah,
before the deluge.
Yeah, there's something there for sure. But
yeah,
mud flood. A cataclysm, fires, floods. I don't know. It could have been a lot of things, man. In my opinion, I think a lot of shit was melted. I mean, there's a lot of places in this. The rock formations look like they're melted. Maybe could have been something else at one time. I don't know. But yeah, there's much to keep looking at. In my opinion, we'll keep looking.
The Nephilim were lighting their farts on fire.
Who knows, man? Was there electromagnetic, flood? Fuck, it looks like mud, but I don't know. None of us were there. We can't check it out for sure. None of us can go to space. We know that. I mean, that's a gimme. And then, we're stuck here, stuck in the middle with you. Yeah, we're here and doing our best to figure out what the fuck is going on, people. Yeah, all I got to ask you guys is what the fuck is going on, man? What the hell? Yeah,
I'm not gonna do what everyone thinks I'm gonna do.
Yeah, but we got to figure out what the hell's going on, I think we're on the right track, no doubt. I mean, this place is on fire. Usually, man, you guys are smart. Yeah, appreciate you guys letting me in here late at night, a couple of hours. Taking a piss, laughing about, Earth and Tartaria and planes. Dude, hey, how hip are you on airline flights, man? Do you know how airlines fly on a globe? Well, they don't. That's the actual answer. They don't fly on a globe.
Straight.
They fly flat, level, and straight with no rotation whatsoever, bro. Zero. Not one thing.
No downward action.
No pilot in all of human history will say, hey, man, when I take off, I got to account for that spin and the curvature. No, there's no pilot that would ever agree to that, man. Not one of them. And you can ask them, man, next time you run into a pilot, man, do you treat the Earth as flat and stationary, or do you treat it as a globe, And every single one of them will go, oh, it's flat and stationary. Why do I know this? Because I've talked to like 10 pilots in the last 10 years.
Yeah.
Every single one of them guaranteed. They treat it as flat and stationary with all their instruments, everything. They there's wind and drift and
oh yeah.
little things you got to deal with. But no, they're flying over a flat stationary plane, and I can back it up. From here to 10 ways to Sunday, man. It flying planes on a globe has absolutely never happened on Earth ever. Guaranteed. That's how confident I am. I guarantee.
Yeah, this shit ain't spinning, man.
Ain't no fucking spin. Ain't no, especially no spin. But throw in a little curvature. Nah, they don't. Ain't no curve. So, but yeah, that's a fact, man. And I'll take any pilot on, any engineer, any aeronautics guy. Let's go.
They really have nothing for the spin.
They got nothing,
right?
bro. They got all nothing.
Fairy tale, right? Like that's what it leads to. Like how where'd the spin come from, right?
If you're an honest pilot, oh yeah, man. The plane was built from the ground up to fly on a flat stationary plane. All the engineering, aerodynamics, yeah, all that. From the ground up. It's not going to be spinning around the globe. Sorry. That's a fact.
Hey, when birds are migrating from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, and they have to deal with pissing down rain, hail, fucking screaming winds, do you think they think about fucking curve of the earth and the spin of the earth while they're trying to fucking get from point A to point B?
I love it. Right on, brother. That's a great point, dude. Love it. That's like an extra cherry on top. Thank you. Yeah. It's just another great day, man. Learning about another way to explain reality to people. Come on. What's the best way to do that? Is in reality, man. Like, hey, man, if I hit your finger with my hammer, man, it's gonna hurt, right? And I don't even have to hit them with it. They're gonna go, yeah, fuck yeah, it's gonna hurt. What the fuck, man? What's wrong with you, bro? But if I say fire's hot, man, stay away. It's hot, bro. You get burned. Every one of you is gonna go, yep, that's true, bro. Fire's hot. And then there's people that come in here and go, well, I don't really know if fire's hot, bro. And you're like, oh shit, we're in trouble. I mean, we've reached idiocracy at some point, bro. Come on.
Put the Bondo on the
we're getting there. Dude, I actually heard something like the other day. Somebody said, yeah, they want you to put, something weird in your garden. And it was like, dude, anyway. Yeah, don't, try to treat your garden as organic as possible. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I heard that, and I haven't done the studies on this yet, but I've seen some stuff where you can put like copper poles into the garden, and it will create your plants to grow bigger.
Yep. Yeah, man. I heard it. Maybe blocks out some radio waves and keeps my buddy did this for years, man. Years ago. He was pounding fucking like copper tubing into his fucking yard. And I'm like, all right. But yeah, his garden grew like a motherfucker. So yeah, I think there's something to it. Yeah.
Do you guys know if Candace Owens is a flat earther?
Probably.
I think she was teasing with it, maybe. Yeah. She right before those guys went down to Antarctica, didn't she send one of her fucking photographers down there on the trip?
No, I don't know. I didn't hear that.
Did you guys hear that? Dude, tell me I'm tripping, man. Please. If somebody else knows that, I thought Candace Owens sent one of her producers, cameraman, I don't know, down there.
I know that
she did too.
Okay.
One of the producers.
All right. I mean, I was, ears to the wall on that whole trip down to Antarctica. I was trying to keep up, man, but I actually watched for maybe 20 minutes Candace's Owens stream. She was live streaming it to Rumble from Antarctica. I watched maybe 20 minutes of it, and it was just, the guy trying to set up the camera, and it wasn't much, but I don't remember a whole lot, but I do remember clicking on it on Rumble, and she was live in Antarctica when they were down there. And I don't think it lasted that long. I think they had some technical problems or something.
Okay.
I just remember that. This is 6 months ago, right?
Yeah, the technical problem was he had to level his camera, and he thought, fuck it, it's flat.
There's always that technical problem, man. Leveling your camera, man. I mean, everybody knows about leveling your camera. I mean, God, next time a Globie comes in, ask them if they level their camera or not. No, you don't level your camera. Okay, you keep it curved. Okay, that's interesting, bro. Anyway, tonight was a full moon.
No, tomorrow I think is the full moon. It's gonna be the lowest full moon.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, please.
Is it the 11th? Is it today the 11th?
Right now, it's the 11th.
It's the 11th. Okay, yeah. So it's on the 11th. It's supposed to be the lowest full moon in decades to the horizon.
The next time you're going to see this moon so low is in the year 2042. Okay,
it's so cool because it's low.
You got to wait until 2042 to see this moon. It's only going to be this moon tonight. It's going to be so amazing. It's great.
It's going to be the best moon ever.
The best moon you've ever seen until 2040.
It's so funny.
I mean, come on. This is how, dude, I've seen some I was up on a 9,000 foot mountain one time, and the fucking moon came up on the horizon, and it was it was as big as fucking anything I've ever seen in my life, dude. It was fucking huge,
cool.
Man. It was just fuck off huge, right? I didn't get any pictures. I had no video. But I was standing there me and my buddy were like, what the fuck, man? Dude, it looks like half the earth. I mean, it's huge on the horizon. It's fucking huge. We're at 9,000 foot elevation.
Oh, really? Okay.
But,
that's interesting. I wonder how that works.
Yeah, man. Angular resolution. You got, atmospheric refraction, atmospheric fucking fuck all, whatever. Yeah, you're going to but when you see it with your own two eyes, that's what I love seeing with my own two eyes. And I just see it and you're like, holy shit, it's taken up a quarter of the horizon, dude. It's huge.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's crazy hot, man. But that only happened for me one time. But apparently tonight, this next full moon is going to be bigger than that one. It's supposed to be huge, the biggest until 2042 or so. Yeah, it's huge. So everybody out, get as high as you can. Check it out.
Smoke as much as you can.
There, pal.
I'm already there.
Hey, I was talking about elevation, man. I was talking about, dude, you turn.
Hey, I'm elevated. Believe it.
Yeah, get up in the high elevation. Check it out. I don't know, man. But hey, I'll check it out from the beach tomorrow, man. I'm going to go to the beach tomorrow. What? No, wait. Yeah. I'll go to the beach. But the problem is, man, I'm on the West Coast, so it rises in the east.
Yeah.
It's not really over the ocean, man. But apparently, man, if you can catch the sunrise over the ocean, that's the ticket, man. Yeah, it's gonna look huge. Anyway, something from my own experience. There are huge moons out there. and they explain them away. Well, it's so much closer. It's 260 feet closer.
60 feet.
Like, what? Yeah, that's what made it so huge. It was amazing. Yeah, the explanations for the big moons and the little moons and the yeah. Anyway, thank you for pointing it out, man. I looked at the moon right before I came in on the VC tonight, and I was like, took a long look at it. It looked totally full to me. It was about 15 degrees above the horizon from my vantage point. I looked at it for like, I don't know, 30 seconds. I said, it does look bigger tonight. It does. And I've been looking at the moon from that perspective for 30 years. I lived in this house. I can go out and look at the moon, look at the sun, Polaris. Yeah, it's all there. It's right there. But yeah, I looked at it tonight. It did look bigger. It really did. To my naked eye. I didn't put the micrometer on it, bro. But yeah, it did look a little bigger. It looked good, man. It's a beautiful moon tonight. If you got a chance to check it out.
What the hell is it? What the hell, bro? It's so cloudy. Where the hell is it?
It's probably about like 40 degrees above. I'm gonna say it's like almost due east, bro. At this point.
Really? Yeah. I'm gonna go on my balcony and see if I can see it. It's so cloudy here, bro. I can't see shit.
Overcast. You got marine layer there too, bro. That's a whole nother issue. Yeah.
You're in LA? I'm going up to LA this weekend.
I'm in OC, man.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
I'm near Disneyland. You know where that is? Kind of. It's in the city of
Anaheim.
Anaheim. Yep. It's in Anaheim, and it was the first amusement park they had a Tomorrowland, and they had a Wonderland, and then they had a Frontierland. Oh my goodness. I mean, tell me Disney's not a psyop, and I will not believe you. Dude, Disneyland was a bunch of lands like Earth, and then they just made up the fantasy over here, and you got a Frontier over here, and you got you just throw a bunch of lands together and call them whatever you want.
I'm not going to lie. I loved Disneyland when I went there.
Hey, man. Dude, I've been to Disneyland no less than 50 times. 50. Okay? I grew up right next to Disneyland. My brother worked at Disneyland. He got me in back in the day. I had a season pass. I could go any day of the year I wanted, man. I could just show up and go. Yeah. The very first year they offered that, I bought it. It was like $200. I was like, oh, shit, that's a deal. Anyway.
We stayed in Anaheim. We stayed in Anaheim in a motel. Me, my missus, and the kids. That was fun.
A motel. Hotel
Holiday.
Hey, there's hundreds of motels around Disneyland. That's a fact, without a doubt, man. Hundreds of them, or it used to be. It might be like down to 50, but yeah, it used to be hundreds. And yeah, it was a place to go, and it was not crowded, and there was no baby. There was like 2 baby strollers, Now you go there and it's like 175 baby strollers everywhere you go, and they park them. Baby strollers at Disneyland.
Baby strollers.
That's what I mean, that's my experience in the last 10 years or so. I actually went to Disneyland when I was totally, a flat earther and looking into stuff. And I'm like, okay, where's this, where the fuck is this Disney special place called Club 33? Where the fuck is that? And like, oh, I got to go check it out, man. I went there, I'm knocking on the door. Like, can you let me in, bro? No, nobody came, but I knew that there was a Club 33 at Disneyland, and I went there to check it out, man, to see if it was really there, and it was. I got pictures somewhere, man. I took pictures for sure. Anyway, Disney and space. Do those things coincide? I think is the term. Coincide. Help me out, CB, man. Oh, did he fall out? Damn. All right. Somebody help me out, man. Disney and space, do they coincide? That's the question. Anybody want to chime?
They're both make believe.
All right, they're both make believe. Great point, Jado. Bro, what a great point. They're both make believe. Dude, I couldn't have said that better myself. Oh shit. I got echo. Who's got an open something?
Who the fuck has the open fucking microphone, nigga? I
Oh,
go hard
shit.
in my dick on Viagra.
Oh,
Dr.
no,
Sweat, pussy
another
wet like
Mongo.
Viagra. You want a kiss?
Another Mongo.
Get the hell kiss.
The music is
Rockin'
not
like I'm
doing
Elvis.
very well. If somebody like AK
I see narco, nigga, you cannot melt this.
take care of the disruption,
All of you niggas.
that would be so amazing. Thank you.
I don't know what happened there, but
Dude, that was weird. Hey, dude, anyway. Yeah, as soon as I started hearing myself back after like half a second or something, I was like, oh shit, something's wrong. It's not on my end.
Shit, dude. For a second, I thought that was like a playback recording of something.
Yeah.
Then it kept going on. I'm like, oh, fuck, okay.
Hey, this Mongo's still on camera and he's flipping us off and smoking a fucking. And he's holding his guitar. He's got his guitar.
Oh, that's not a guitar.
I think he thinks you can still hear him.
It's not a guitar. It's not a guitar.
Hey,
jacking off.
let me try this. So, can you guys still see it?
Yeah, I can still see it, bro. He's jacking off on the guitar, and now he's smoking something, and he's listening to us, but he can't talk or anything.
Hey, dude, I'll give you a chance. Either you take your video down or we do a server ban. Up to you, man.
Yeah, take your video off, bro. Man. Be cool, man. Don't be a Mongo.
Oh, fuck.
All right.
Damn. Mega
It'll be a
Mongo.
server ban then.
Don't be a mega Mongo. I love it. Dude, that's next level, man. Mega Mongo? We got to get megamongo.com, man. Let's go.
Might cost $20.
Yeah. $29.95. Yeah. I'll paint any color, any car, $29.95. You guys.
Now I'm curious. 1 second.
Yeah. What are you curious about?
How much it would cost?
Oh shit! Oh yeah, go to GoDaddy or oh shit, yeah, yeah, just try GoDaddy. It would be the first place. Yeah, there might be others cheaper. Jamsey, you there?
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, man, miss you, love you. You do. You're doing the hard work, brother. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm a late night comedian, you know, talking about the most ridiculous shit we can think of. Like, you know, dark matter, light matter, you know. Just simple things, you know.
Yeah, keep it up. Just check on the new people to see if we can bring them in.
I love new people, man. We got this guy Tin Man. Have you met him, Jimsy?
I was wondering about Tin Man.
Oh, dude, Tin Man's spot on, bro. 100%. He's legit flat earther, man. 100%. I'm gonna fucking stake my fucking life on it, Tin Man. What do you think of that, bro?
Hey, it's truth.
It's truth, bro.
It's
Right?
truth.
Truth. He's a truther, man. Tin Man, welcome to the server, man. I hope you join again, brother.
Well, I will. I've been back, man. I know. I'm here a lot when QE's here. Creation Bear. Like I've been on the server off and on for a couple of years now.
Oh shit, man.
You guys used to have your own channel, and then you guys moved to politics, and I couldn't get on for a while until I figured out how to do that.
Yeah, it was a tricky process to get into the server.
Yeah, it was just, you know, I found it.
Yeah,
found it probably 2 years ago.
Yeah, maybe me too, bro. I mean, dude, we were over at 24/7 Flatter Discord. We had our own server. It was great. We had a VC check-in. We had people checking in, and then we'd throw them into the. But yeah, what happened, man, was this. We got invited to this server, and you know, this one's way more. You're gonna find way more people just dropping in out of nowhere, and they're like, "Well, you guys a bunch of flatter?" Yeah,
It's way more retarded.
It's way more retarded. We get the most of the fucking globetards in the world come here, or they're sent here. I've even heard people "Hey man, I got moved down here. What the fuck?" You know? What do you mean?
Yo, dude.
Right?
Dude, you know what's even more retarded? You're not going to believe it. Fucking megamongo.com is already taken.
No.
Someone uses it.
No. Those manga.
Check the chat.
Mega Mongo. I'm checking it right now, bro. I love it. I love that it's taken, bro. I love that.
I wonder what. I wonder what it is.
Dude.
Hold on. Who's using megamongo.com?
Yeah, you got to go to the who is? Yeah.
No, well, that'll give you who registered it.
Yeah,
and
give
all
you
that.
the name, phone
But if you
number,
actually go to the
email. Yeah,
maybe not that much, but
no.
But if you go to their actual website,
yeah,
fucking Mongo's is blank. No one's using it for anything productive.
Yeah, isn't that
you go to the, or at least for me.
All right. Megamongo.com. Let me go there. I gotta go there now. See what comes up.
Yeah, nothing. It goes white for me.
All right, we got.
Surely there's a picture of Jaren on it.
Oh, hey, yo, wait, what?
It looks like it just redirects you to another domain registrar.
So
yeah, it did for me too.
Never mind. Okay, so no one's using it, but someone bought it and trying to resell it.
Right, yeah, it's called Squatters. Have you ever heard of Squatters?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Fucking
Squatters.
the fucking
my favorite. What's your favorite squatter story, man? I got one. Well, squat. We're talking about squatting a domain name like Pepsi, like Nike.com. Squatters. Okay. These Mongos, once the internet busted out, there was Mongos out there going, "Hey, man, we should, register all these domains because, I should get, Pepsi.com and Coca-Cola.com or Coke.com." Yeah. And it was like, $10, $12 per $10, $12. You could register a domain. And there was people out there, man, jumping on the bandwagon back in the day, man. They were, shit, I got to get some of these domains. And then, there were some guys that got Pepsi.com and Coke.com and, Budweiser.com. But there was this one guy, man, got this one website called business.com. I'm like, that wasn't like a trademark like Coca-Cola. It was a, unique name. So what happened, man, was the government came in and said, "Hey, man, if you got Pepsi.com, man, no, Pepsi owns that shit, bitch. We're taking it." And they took it. They took Pepsi and they took Coca-Cola and they took Nike and they took all those domains that people were squatting on, got ripped. But the guys that came up with really interesting ones like business.com, who the fuck's got that? Nobody. That guy made $7 million on business.com. And don't believe me, you can go check it out, bitches. 7 million for business.com. I don't know about you guys, man, but if I had $7 million, man, I wouldn't be talking to you on Discord tonight. No, I actually would, but I'm just fucking. But yeah, man. So there was a couple of squatters, man, that made out for sure. There were squatters. The guys that got Pepsi.com and Coke, no, they got fucked by the powers, and they got screwed, man. Those guys took those Nike.com. Yeah, Nike's, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, yeah, all that shit got McDonald's. Yeah, they came in and rescued the big corporations. But if you had something that was unique, like business.com, you could have made a fucking shitload of money, man. And some squatters did. Thank you, squatters. What happened with me, man, is I didn't realize that there were squatters at the time, dude. I was trying to, keep a internet business going that not a single person knew what the fuck internet was. I mean, you can go to a party, like, "Hey, man," he goes, "I heard about the internet. I don't know. What's the internet? What's that thing? What's the internet? I don't know. I have no idea what the fucking internet is." Yeah. And there was people out here like me and you guys, and they were like, "Holy shit, the internet's going to change the fucking world, man." I knew it would. The fucking second I saw it, man, I'm like, this shit's going to change the world. The internet is going to change the world. And the reason it's going to do it is because information, man. If I can sell a car that I have in California to some dude in Japan, yeah, fuck yeah, man. That guy wants my 1964 Ford fucking Mustang convertible. What if I can advertise to a guy in Japan that I have a car for sale that he loves, was the 64 Mustang convertible? Yeah, dude, that's changing world economics, bro. It was changing. I knew it when I saw it. The first time I saw it, I was like, this is going to change the world. And here we are talking on fucking Discord, talking about, the shape of the earth, physics, flying airplanes. I mean, we are in some deep fuck all conversations about some serious physics, man. Correct me if I'm wrong, man, but you guys deep dive into serious topics about reality, physics, to experiments, everything, man. That's what we do here. We're changing how people communicate, but 1985, man, we didn't have this shit, bro. But you guys have it, and I want you guys to use it to its full potential. And I think you guys have been doing that. Don't get me wrong. My goodness, the full potential of this place it's unmatchable, in my opinion. Yeah, if I was in a top level college class that wanted to talk about objective reality, man, this is the class I want to go to right here. I'll pay money to come here and talk about physics, flying, aerodynamics, acceleration. Yeah, this is where I'm coming. Because nobody in here is going to not deny the physics of reality. Nobody in here will deny that. Physics of reality. Meaning what we can observe in reality, like fire's hot. Yeah, we can observe that, bro. If you got a problem with fire's hot, fuck, I got no help for you, bro. I got nothing. You might as well go to one of those insane asylums that they built there in in Australia, Timbo. Dude, if you want to admit that fire's not hot, oh shit, you got to go, bro. You got to go to the insane asylum. Do you guys think I should be sent to this insane asylum? I'm just curious. Anybody?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Not yet? All right. Am I making headway? Possibly. Send me to the insane asylum with the view over the fucking hills.
I was just gonna say that.
Right, with the sunsets and the meadows and the beautiful grass growing and blowing in the wind. Please send me to the insane asylum with the most amazing architecture ever. It's so cool to walk through the halls of the beautiful architectural ambiance that they created. It's so great. It makes myself calm because I'm insane in the insane asylum, and I need to be architecturally stimulated because without the architecturally stimulated, I would just be, a plain walking nut job, as you call it there in the UK, nut job. Yeah. Okay.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to bed. You guys have a good night.
Cheers, brother.
Take care. God bless.
God bless. God bless you.
Good night.
Go ahead. Jado, go ahead.
I just said good night.
Oh, good night. Good night. Cheers, mate. Jado.
Yeah, man.
AJ and fucking Timbo, you guys all live upside down. Why did they call you guys down under?
Yeah, apparently we're upside down.
Yeah, we're down under the ball.
So
we're like the dingleberries of the earth.
Oh my goodness. Did you say dingle?
Yeah, dingleberries, yeah.
Dingleberries.
We're all hanging off the bottom of the earth. You don't know. Do you know what a dingleberry is? Maybe it's different in America to Australia.
Yeah, it's the same, bro. It's the same.
We're just hanging here off the bottom of the ball.
Dingleberries. I love it. I love that. See, that's called a comedy humor, bro. That's as good as it gets. Dingleberries upside down on a ball. Math Powerland couldn't have thought of that. I mean, it's so good, bro.
Talking about insane asylums, that's one bloke that should be in one.
I probably should be there too. Especially that flash-looking one that you posted earlier. It'd be like I'm living in a friggin' mansion.
Yeah.
I'd have my own butler. They'd be bringing me my food, bringing me my drinks.
Gordon, you get your own garden and your butler, and yeah, insane asylum, bro. Wait, architecturally, insane asylum. Yeah, you're not gonna build a castle, bro. No, you're gonna build, square box. Yeah, keep it simple. No, you're gonna build fucking castle for the insane people. I love that, dude. I love
definitely
that.
not what I see on the. Definitely not what you see on the movies, eh? You'll be in some old shithole with bars on the wall with someone frying your brain with electrodes.
Yeah, an absolute insane asylum. Like, yeah, you're crazy people. That's where we keep the. No, we're gonna set the crazy people on top of with the best view of the whole, valley, whatever. Yeah, no, we're not gonna put this crazy people up there, man. We're gonna keep them down here in the city, bro, where they. Yeah. Insane asylums. What a great Tartaria exploration that we've, maybe all touched on at one point, but the insane asylums there's thousands of them. Now, we're not talking about there's a few hundred. No, they're in Australia. They're in America. They're in South America. They're in Asia. Everywhere. Russia. They got insane asylums.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
Australia calls them mental health wards. Mental health units.
Mental health wards.
Well, your hospital, they got the wards, yeah, like your different. So the one in the old hospital where I used to be, it was on level 10, and it was Ward B. So it was everyone just referred to it as Ward 10B, and that was the nut house there. But they had everything. It was still in a hospital, but they still had pool tables, they had games, they had everything there. Yeah, I used to spend a bit of time in hospital, and the nurses would take me up there so I could play pool. And you know, if they had a big show on the beach, it overlooked the beach. So if there's a big show on the beach with fireworks, we'd go up to the nut job house and watch the fireworks or whatever. Yeah, they had it pretty good in there.
You know, I've heard them called before. I think it's very apropos for Canadians. Is we'd call them the loony bin.
Oh yeah, we do the same here.
In Canada, we have the loony. You know, the loony, like the $1 coin. It's called a loony. Get it?
Is it?
I did not know that, Mick. I did not know that. Loony? It's called the fucking loony?
$1 coin, yeah.
Yeah.
And guess what the $2 coin is called?
Oh, shit, man. That makes sense. Yeah, the loony.
And guess what the $2 coin is called?
The what?
The $2 coin. Take a wild guess.
Wild guess. The queer.
Nah, the toonie. Come on, bro.
I mean, I was loony. I mean, I know. I'm
Looney Tunes. You get it? Looney Tunes.
Looney Tunes. The tune? Is it really? Do not. No.
It's called the toonie. Yeah.
A Tony.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. The Looney Tunes, bro. Yeah. Hey.
If you got a loony and a toonie, you got $3. Yeah.
Looney Tooney, $3, man. Come on. Hey, I do appreciate you guys letting me hang out with you absolutely incredibly smart people. But I love to make fun of the most ridiculous things that are like unprovable. You know, like space. I mean, come on. Really? Can you verify space, bro? Go ahead. You want to verify flying on a spinning ball? Yeah, go ahead. It's simple things, man. I'm not a complicated guy, man. I'm trying to keep it simple. And that's what
I can verify space. I got plenty of space in my house around my furniture. Plenty of space for people to live.
Hey, AJ, man, why does my smoke from my fire go up? I mean, how can that happen on a flat Earth, man? I mean, if my smoke from my fire goes up, I mean, that proves it's a globe, right?
Smoke defying gravity. I don't know. Does it?
I mean, that's my question is why does my smoke go up? I mean, I'm not being like a dick or complicated or trying to be an asshole. I'm just asking, why does my smoke from my fire go up? That's all. I mean, why?
Gravity.
What?
That would be the gravity of the sun pulling the smoke to it.
The gravity from the sun makes my smoke go up? Yes, exactly. The gravity from the sun makes my smoke from my fire go up. Okay. Hey, man.
The smoke from my fire doesn't usually go up. When I sit around a fire, the smoke usually follows me in every.
What
Yeah,
I was going to say, my smoke goes right in my fucking face.
Yeah, that's right. Everywhere I move to, I'll move over here now. All of a
All right, Mongos. But you know what I mean, man. You know what I mean. Because it's reality. Yes, we've all had the smoke follow us around the fire, but
I think I know why. It's because the gravity from your face is pulling the smoke in.
what?
Yeah, the gravity of your face
Okay.
is pulling the smoke in. Come on, like, duh.
Duh. Dude, I mean, your skull. Dude, I heard a guy come in to one of these VCs years ago. Like, hey, man, your head is round. That means the earth is round, bro. I was like,
I've heard that. I've heard that. I've heard that fruit.
Yeah. It was
Fruit
years
is round.
ago, AJ. It was years ago, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, my brother-in-law says this. He says, well, your head's round and fruit is round. So God made everything round. And I'm like, dude, what about a banana? Is my banana round?
Yeah, it was, dude. I never laughed so hard at somebody's, but he was a comedian. I'll give him that. It was funny though. Damn, your head is round, therefore the earth is round. Well, technically our head's not round, man. Right? I mean, it's an oblate spheroid, right?
And worse yet, if you think the Earth is a globe, it's flat.
And that's why babies can't walk when they're born. They're not used to the rotation of the earth. They have to get their rotation legs on, like when you go to sea. Got to get your sea legs on, yeah?
Oh, sea legs. Yeah, you got to get your sea legs because when you're born into this realm, you have to adjust to the
the movement, the rotation.
No, well, there's no movement, no rotation.
That's all this shit. All this shit makes sense. I think I'm going to be a glober.
Hey, did you ever see that study that QE did on globies? They tend to have the backs of their heads being flat.
Really?
Yeah, it was funny on one of his shows. I think he went through like 4 or 5, like McToon and a couple others, and they did a little analysis, and the backs of their heads tended to have flat slopes on them. So, science.
Hey, science. Yeah, I do remember when they were doing that. It wasn't that long ago, man. It was.
Yeah,
as long as it wasn't a public survey, he wasn't walking around and just taking the photos of back to people's heads and asking if they were a globe.
Yeah, these individuals had already announced it. So free use license.
Hey, free use license. Let me ask you guys a question, man. Hypothetically, is that Tom Cruise? I can take an AI version of Tom Cruise and put it on my YouTube channel, TikTok, Instagram, using him as a lead character that I'm starring in. I'm the star, but Tom Cruise. Anyway, can I use Tom Cruise's image to promote a video platform, whatever? I don't think you can, man. if you try to put up a Tom Cruise likeness using AI, there's no way they're going to let that shit slide, bro. There's no way. They're going to
I just seen someone's actually suing, what's the name of it? Something to do with AI, Google, because you can do these AI characters now.
Yeah.
And apparently this kid was talking to an AI character that he believed was his girlfriend. He's only like 14 years old. It was obviously a character of a woman. And the character was supposed to be like a shrink doctor, you know what I mean? Anyway, so the advice it gave was that if he really wanted to be with this AI character, he needed to kill himself, and he actually did. So the parents are suing him. It's called character AI.
Damn, that's deep.
Yeah,
that's deep.
I heard about that.
Fuck. I don't know if we're going to go that deep, but my point was, do you guys remember Napster? Do you guys remember what kind of chaos that caused in digital music? I don't know, production? Digital music production. Napster was a fucking holy shit.
Wasn't that like LimeWire?
Yes, same as LimeWire. Yeah. But Napster was first, man, and they in fact, Napster, the guy that started Napster ended up starting Facebook with Zuckerberg. Same guy. Yeah, anyway, Napster was like, I'm taking all of every music ever and you can have it for free. What? Wait a minute, bro. I've been paying for CDs and fucking cassette tapes for fucking decades, bro. Now I can download all this shit for free? Fuck off. Yeah, that's what Napster did, man. It was a fucking juggernaut in the music industry. And then Apple came along and said, well, we can make all that shit illegal and we can make it legal and you can pay for it. Yeah, you can pay for it. But Napster was the fucking free shit, man. Albums after albums. Didn't matter what I typed in, man. Didn't matter. I could type in anything and find it and download it now. And it was an absolute fucking dream come true.
Yeah, it was good. My old man was a software writer.
Yeah.
And we discovered it early, and we had super fast internet from his work. And I was downloading music and selling it at school.
There you go. The first time I heard about eBay was a guy I met at a party. He said, "Hey man, I can sell CDs on this thing called eBay, and they're just copies." And he was selling them for like $12, and he was getting like, it cost him like 42 cents to make it. Yeah, I'm like, holy shit, man, $12 for 42 cents of work. Okay. But yeah, that was the first time I heard about eBay, man. I was like, oh my goodness. What you didn't when eBay started, you did not have to have any verification of who you are for zero. It was like you could be anonymous completely, 100%. When eBay started, I was there. I was right there, man, in the beginning. eBay. So they let all these accounts go through for years, and nobody was verified. And I read so many stories about people getting ripped off. And I'm like, oh fuck, that sucks. Damn. I don't want you to get ripped off. I want you to have even deal, make it cool. Everybody wins. But yeah, there was a bunch of people that started eBay accounts in the beginning, and people would put shit on the internet, and yeah, you might not have gotten paid. Yeah, it sucked, but they fixed it. They went back. Everybody has to be verified on eBay now. Everybody, right? My point is that when eBay first started, you did not have to verify a credit card, nothing. You didn't have to verify shit, fuck all, nothing. And the point is that when you start a system that allows people to sell their shit that they got in their fucking living room, I mean, damn, that was life-changing shit, Mongos. That was fucking, wait a minute, get the fuck out. I could sell my coffee table right here? Get the fuck, Nobody had that before, man. Nobody, bro. I didn't have that in the 80s. I didn't have that shit in the fucking 90s even. But now, oh, fuck all, man. I could sell my coffee table from my fucking couch, bitches. Holy that's life-changing. Fuck all shit. For me, it was life fucking changing. Because I didn't have that growing up, man. I had to take an ad out in the local, piss shit, fucking penny saver, whatever. Cost me $27. It went to like 16,000 people delivered. No, this shit was life changing. Internet was life changing. eBay was life changing. I just want you guys to remember that it is a beautiful technology that to fuck all, man. I didn't have that shit in 1992. Yeah, fuck off, man. I had to pay $27 for an ad in the local newspaper, bro. We didn't have. I can screen share. Let's talk about this picture. No, we didn't have any of that shit, man. None of it.
I knew nothing about the internet until I reckon about 1995, 96. That's probably when I discovered that there was internet.
Yeah. Yeah. Most people called it the World Wide Web back then. What the fuck is the World Wide Web? Well, that was an absolute, key phrase that was, you got to get on the internet. You got to get on the web. Come on, man. It's the web. You got to get on it. And I find that ironically, like you're getting caught in the web kind of thing, man. I don't know. I'm sure you guys agree.
Yeah, I agree.
You get, we're in the web. We're on Discord. We're talking about major, things, physics, science, fucking politics, whatever. Yeah, we're on the web, but we're caught in the web at the same time, right? Right?
I got a question about the flat Earth.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. So, give me a second. I have to gather my thoughts. I had a few drinks once I
Well, cheers, brother. Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a good question brewing. Hold on, give me a
All
sec.
right. Take your time, man. No hurry. We're just chilling.
And I'm not an antagonist. I'm genuine.
I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate AJ and Timbo.
I appreciate Crit, man. I talked to him once, and now I'm on his newsletter. He sends me things every day.
Yeah, Crit's. I would give him a high level.
Crit's a different character.
Yeah,
bro. I was in one conversation with him in here, and then to this day, I receive updates, and I didn't respond to like 13 of them. But I was like, man, I appreciate the newsletters. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we got a few cats out there like that, man. That like to give you information.
Oh, you got my question.
Yep.
Okay, so like the whole. I try to be nice about it, but the bimbos in space thing that happened.
Katy Perry and
yeah, those ones.
Yeah.
And the Queen Latifah's girlfriend. Yeah, that one. Okay, so I guess my question is,
yeah,
and same with it goes over to kind of like Elon Musk and this. So let me ask you this: are they in on it, or did they go to the space, or what happened with all that?
I don't know, but just for another reference for you along these lines, I'm going to try and find it. There was actually a TV prank show in the UK quite a few years ago, and they told these people they were going to send them to space, and they apparently flew them to America, sent them to NASA to train. They were in all these buildings. They didn't go anywhere. They were still in the UK in these buildings, thinking they're at NASA. They're doing all their rocket training and space training, and then they believed fully that they got on a rocket and went to space. I'll find the name of it. You can do some research on it.
Yeah, you gotta send me that. That's a psyop. But I'm just curious though, because it seems like these fucking astronaut women, if you want to call them that, they went up to space and all that, and they had all this GoPros and all this. What were they doing up there? Were they actually in the gravity and shit floating around?
Well, have you ever heard of a hyperbolic plane flight?
Is it like a B-2 bomber type thing?
No, I'm talking about more like a vomit comet. Have you ever heard of a vomit comet?
No.
Okay. So basically what the vomit comet is a high altitude airplane that free falls. And once it reaches maximum altitude, it starts to free fall. And if you're inside the plane, it looks like you're floating inside the plane. And you're just free falling like a parachute.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of that. It's like basically when you go down real fast, you're now floating.
Yeah, you're free falling. And free falling is different than, anti-gravity,
Of
right?
course.
Yeah, it's a different thing than.
But it seemed like with those bimbos in space, they were kind of actually floating around stationary. That's what tripped me out a bit.
Well, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're in on it, yeah. They're from Hollywood. They're Hollywood movie star or music producers, actors, same thing. And I really wouldn't be surprised if it's a hoax that they were in on it, to answer your question. But how they did it, whether they were or not, I mean, we're only just sort of speculating. We can see there's a lot of issues with it. But other than that, we're just sort of speculating, really.
Sure. Well, I just,
in the chat for you too, by the way. It's called Space Cadet.
I'll give that a gander. And my follow-up question with Elon Musk is, okay, did this guy, you know, like he was like, oh, I'm gonna build these rockets, get out to Mars and all this shit, right? And then fucking, you know, higher ups went like, hey man, you know, we gotta let you know you ain't going nowhere, but you gotta perpetuate the fucking narrative. Is that like what kind of happened with that?
Yeah, I think you nailed it, bro. Yeah, he's controlled puppet, you know, a guy that's out there in the mainstream media. Certainly Elon Musk is in the mainstream media, and he has to be a puppet, man. He has to be. There's no other way around it, bro.
But what happens if one of these like billionaires like him and Bezos just go, hey, oh yo, this is all fake, fuck you, I'm going global with this.
No, that's not how it works, bro. They gotta, you know. Have you ever heard the term "you gotta pay to play"?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, same thing, man. You gotta pay to play if you want to be in the, you know, in the crowd, the mainstream, and there's no difference, bro. We have to accept reality for what it is, and the Earth is, you know, obviously not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. That's crazy, but you know, planes don't.
man. I just want to go over the ice wall. Like that's all I want to do.
Well, that's a bit of a
straw, bro.
Bit of a straw man there, bro.
You know, the ice walls and the ice shelves are actually just a regular old globe claim, yeah? I mean, you can just Google it. You know, ice shelves, ice walls, they talk about it quite regularly. You'll also get a lot of stuff on Flat Earth in there, but it wasn't a Flat Earth claim. We can clearly see that, you know, there's different types of shorelines everywhere we look, not just Antarctica. You know, some places there's big cliffs and mountains along
Oh
the edge,
no,
which
but there's
would
a difference between the ice wall and an ice shelf.
Well, they sort of use that word interchangeably in some documents. But what they're calling a wall, yeah. If you were to drive, I don't know what you've got in the US, but in Australia, we can drive along the coastline, and you can be up on a massive cliff, yeah, driving along the coastline. So from the ocean, it's covered in ice. It's definitely an ice wall that's in front of your eyes, yeah. But does that go all the way around Antarctica? I don't know. It's just the shoreline, and so we can
But
see
they
there's
say
different shorelines.
the difference between like an ice shelf and ice wall is they say you can't go over the ice wall, right? It's too high or something like that.
No, I don't know about that. But at the end of the day, this is just something that's occurring in reality, yeah. I mean, it's in the news. It's something that's claimed by the Globe side. It was never really a flat Earth claim.
Hmm. Oh, those are the walls in those walls are in England, right? The one you posted in the sketch note.
No, I'm not sure where that's from. Actually, Matrix just found that, but that distance across that image from where it's taken to that circle roundabout area out to the point that you can see is over 100 kilometres. I can't remember the exact distance that he told me, but it's quite a distance. Yeah, dead flat.
Do you think the answers to flat Earth are in Antarctica, possibly?
No.
No.
Okay.
I think it's right under our feet, yeah. It's when we're looking at water. It's quite simple, yeah. Now, what's at the extremities and what's going on out there, that may be interesting, but we don't need to go there to understand that the Earth is flat.
Well, the thing I've heard is like, so if it's flat, which I agree with, of course, but if you can go beyond like what they say the parameters of, oh, you can't go that far, it's impossible, you'll just do a circle. But what if you can go further and there's like, I don't know, woolly mammoths or some shit out there? Who knows? All
there is
these billionaires go out there for some reason.
There is speculation about it. Apparently, there's old maps that show that you go through these ice gates and there's other lands out there, and that's the outer space that they really go to. So, yeah, there's speculations on Admiral Byrd's diaries and what they really meant when he talked about a large area of land that was on the other side of Antarctica. Now, whether that was just the other side of the pole or whether that was the edge, I don't know, but not something that we can know. Maybe fun to talk about, but definitely just speculation there.
It doesn't, because it doesn't necessarily do anything for the water level proving flat, which I get. I understand. It's just always something that's interesting because, I know, this discussion, I've had this before with you guys, that we, you guys like to keep it to the science and the definitives, like water level. I get all that, but man, I wish we could go further, deeper into this, further beyond this,
Well, then they were only talking about this earlier, but you've got other things you can look at as well. Tartaria, and we didn't actually build these buildings we have today. There's so many rabbit holes you can.
Yeah,
it's pretty crazy.
It's just the hindrance is the exploration aspect and the funding and all that. It's very difficult to get all that.
Yeah, 100%.
Fuck, if I won the lottery, the first thing I'd be doing is I'd be getting Heretic is first on board, and then a couple other of you guys too, and then we're going. I'll hold it to my word.
Let's go, bro. Damn,
I'll be putting $1 billion to good use.
Hey, guess what, man? I don't play the lottery, so I'm probably not gonna win. Damn it.
Well, not with that attitude. I lived in Vegas. I'm a gambler at heart.
Hey, I lived in Vegas for 4 years, man. Amazing city, bro. Amazing.
Yeah, I went to Vegas for 4 weeks in total, maybe 3. And I never gambled once. I was just amazed with the casinos. Yeah, all I was doing was just walking up and down the strip and looking at all the casinos and then walking.
Dang.
I didn't gamble anything.
I'll tell you, Vegas is a good place to visit, but not to live. That place is woo.
Whoa. Yeah, I can tell you stories, but damn. Vegas is there's no place like it. Vegas.
You want to get a different perception on reality, talk to a few meth heads out there. They'll give you something interesting to talk about.
Dude.
I never felt unsafe though. From Australia, it's a big thing here that, it's very unsafe in the US. And I stayed in Denver for quite a while, and I walked around at 2:00 in the morning down, the 16th Street Mall. Went to LA, same thing. Some of the places we went in LA were probably a little bit dodgy, and I maybe shouldn't have been walking around, but I never felt unsafe as such. And same as in Vegas, man. I midnight, I walked home from the dispensary through all the industrial estate and through the mall there. It was, people walk past. Hey, mate, that was it.
That's true. Man, I had another flat Earth question. Give me a moment. Oh shit.
Hey, take your time, man. Guess what, man? The Earth is 14.7 billion years old. So take your time, bro.
Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, think about it, man. It's a lot of years. Oh shit.
Yeah. Let me ask you this, because I think I've asked before, but different crowd here. So I'll ask again. So I've tried convincing, and I'm not the best flat Earth
me either,
proponent. But have you guys ever been able to convince any friends or family about this? Because you guys have more knowledge than I have.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah. It was actually my friend who convinced me.
Oh shit, Mick. Oh,
Yeah.
Nah.
He first started sharing all the Eric Dubays and the Flat Earth Dave guys and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I got into that. And then he shared the YouTube link to this stream.
Really?
Yeah, that's how it started. I mean, initially I jumped in here. I just wanted to say hi and, you guys are doing, talking some good stuff, thank you.
Right, yeah.
And then I just got looped into it. So for the last year, I've been pretty much here almost every day.
I've noticed that people who come into this channel usually don't even venture out, which is cool. Like, because all the other channels are kind of stupid. They just argue dumb shit.
Yeah, I only joined Discord for this.
Yeah, me too. And I have jumped into a few other channels, man, but most of them are absolute chaos. It's just everyone yelling over everyone. I don't know if they mute other people and then have their own conversation, but it is just crazy shit.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. Out of all the Flat Earth moderators, who's the most knowledgeable?
Well,
everyone's got their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd go with Indio, I think, the most knowledge.
You'd think it would be Heretic because it's his channel. I know he's kind of like the main boss,
It's hard to say, man.
I think it's personal preference too. Depends on who you want to listen to. Like Jimbo said, everybody's different. Everyone's got their strengths and weaknesses. I've got favorite people to listen to, but it's not one person. It's different people, for different reasons.
Of course. Everyone has a different perspective and take. Well, actually, I have a question. What's your guys' opinion on that? Because the guy who got me onto Flat Earth was the Australian guy on YouTube asking about how water conforms to a globe to the layman's. You ever see that?
No, I don't know his name.
The guy in California in the speaking to people on the pier and stuff like that.
No, it's similar to that, but he's definitely not in California. He was in Australia. He was and he was going around doing the street interviews to just random people and asked. He was using the Socratic method of questioning to get them to question.
Never seen it.
Oh man, hold on, let me find. This guy is good.
How long ago?
This was like about 2017, 16. It's been a while since I've seen it.
I think I know who you're talking about. That was you'd know Timbo. He stopped doing content now, but he was pretty. Oh, what was his name?
Mick. Mick. His name was
it
Mick? Michael.
Did he have the Flat Earth Academy?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Same guy. Yeah,
Mitchell?
Michael, right?
Mitchell from Australia.
Mitchell. There you go.
Yeah.
I found it.
I promise you, it's not me.
Shut up, Mick. Come on, man.
It's
I'm right.
Get your name right.
I'm standing right side up.
It's the guy I posted on the side chat. That guy, amazing. He got me on.
Milk from Canada, is it?
No.
God damn
Yeah,
it.
if you haven't seen these videos, it's pretty funny because he sends these people through a loop and they're just like, oh shit. And none of them really concede, of course, but at the end of the day, he gets them thinking, and that's all that matters. I have noticed there's a lot of Australians into the Flat Earth compared to other countries. Why is that?
That's a great question. Even back in 2016, 17, there was more Australians into Flat Earth than anywhere in the world. I thought that was interesting.
Well, I don't know. The start of that video is definitely not Australian. I don't know about more of it, but the first one's not.
If you drive across our country, you'll realise why we're flat earthers.
Yes.
The video I linked, you have to skip to the. You're right. He starts at the 49-second mark That's the Australian, or maybe New Zealand. I get them mixed up.
Yeah,
All right.
right.
Excuse me.
For the record. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, it's saying excuse me, mixing ours up with Kiwis.
Listen, I like Australians more than Kiwis, but that's a different discussion.
We've got a better sense of humour.
Yeah, you guys are more normal people. Like I've talked to Kiwis. You know what it is? Australians I've always gotten along with. I've traveled the world. They've always, had a good time and fun guys. But then Kiwis have a resentment towards Americans when it's like a little weird.
Why?
I don't know. It's just something anecdotal I've encountered. They it seemed like they I don't know. But yeah, if you skip to the 49-second mark, that's the guy. I don't know his name.
AI says Mitchell.
Do you want to speak to an Australian Glober?
What's that?
Do you want to speak to an Australian Glober?
Is there one present?
Here you go. You're unmuted, Dogs of Gods.
Oh, shit. Fucking sneaky. Sneaky.
Dogs, are you there?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, how are you, mate?
Cold and tired, but I'm doing alright.
It is cold, isn't it?
Shithead.
You're an Australian who's not a flat earther, Dogs.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Of course. All right.
Of course.
Oh, fuck.
I mean,
Can
we
I
see
see
a celestial pole in the south, right? And that right there sort of shows you that unless there's some magic going on, the Earth's got to be a globe.
What do you mean by magic?
Yeah, I'll let one of you guys take over. I want to hear you debate.
It'd just be something that would make it look like the sky is wrapped around a ball.
What, like a celestial sphere?
Yeah, but to get a celestial, well, it'd be a celestial pair of tits. It wouldn't be a celestial sphere for flat Earth.
Yeah, well, that would mean
But then
that so space is like a place, right? So
that's what I think.
Got any proof of that?
I mean, people have been there. I haven't been there, so can't call that proof, but good evidence.
People have been to space. I thought the moon was in the Earth's atmosphere. And how do you know they went to the moon?
So, space, as defined by NASA, is anything past the Kármán line. The moon's past the Kármán line, so they've been to space.
Yeah, but the Kármán line's just a height above where no countries have any jurisdiction, right?
Yeah, but it's a place of extremely low pressure. So
Got a measurement
anything
of
sort
that?
of then onwards is going to have similar pressure. Just
Got a
people have been
measurement
up there, and
anything?
people have been up there.
So people.
Yeah.
I know space exists because people.
I mean, so there's lots of other reasons. You can see shit up there, like moving past other shit up there.
I say stuff's
Satellites are up
moving.
there, radio waves up there. You can measure distances to like the moon and back.
Distances?
It's very far away. Yeah.
Okay. Does that make the Earth curved?
Well, the distance one does, yeah.
The distance to the moon makes the Earth curved.
Correct.
How?
Because it's the same distance everywhere, and the moon crosses your eye line before it sets.
Shouldn't it be a different distance everywhere?
That's actually also very good evidence, is that if you're at one point and the moon is at your horizon, it's about, I think, 10% or something further away, which perfectly
You say
matches
it's the
something
same
sharing
distance?
the same elevation.
So can you show me the readings on that distance? How they get
The
it?
reading is on, it's time and the speed of light.
Yeah, no, but how do they get it?
So they take the time, so I think it's 2 point something seconds, and then they go the speed of light calculation off that time from spitting out a radio wave that bounces off the moon, comes back.
And what are they detecting? So they throw out a radio wave, and what are they getting back?
A similar radio wave.
Can you show me that?
I can show you an article, yeah.
Because like, what are they picking up? So they're picking up the same radio wave that left.
Yeah, it'd be slightly different, but it would have the same pattern.
Why will it be different?
Because it's gone through some distortion as it's diffracted outwards and spread out and bounced off a uneven surface, but you still get the same pattern. Like, you know how the dots and dashes work to triangulate radio signals, like bombing campaigns?
So I'm just looking at this article.
So if you go to the history, you'll find radar in it. Measured by means were radar first in 1946 as part of Project Diana.
Yeah, I remember they claimed to have done it before they apparently sent men there. Because
Yeah, they wouldn't have had much luck.
And they say, yeah, a lot of time people come in and they say, oh, we know they went to the moon because they're bouncing radio waves off the moon.
Well, we know we sent something to the moon for that.
But why? They're doing it beforehand, apparently, weren't they?
So there's two different things. There's the reflectors, and the reflectors are to get coherent, like lasers, like coherent signals to bounce back like a laser beam. It gives you incredibly accurate measurements, but just using a radio wave, you can like bounce it off any solid surface, and it'll come back, and you can measure the time it takes, and the speed of light has a constant time. A constant speed, so you can calculate the distance based off speed and time.
So you would need the two-way speed of light for that, then.
Correct.
Yeah, there's an issue.
Not really.
I've read this document before. It doesn't say in any of the devices used what wattage they were sending this particular signal out.
Could you explain why that would matter?
Because of the inverse square law.
What do you think the inverse square law does?
You know what the inverse square law is? You're a smart guy.
I do. But unfortunately, the inverse square law applies to a lot of different things. So, what specifically with like radio waves is the inverse square law effect?
Yeah, see, this is the problem. It doesn't give enough information about what devices were used so I can articulate what the problem is going to be.
So, are you just assuming that there's a problem, even though you don't know the device?
Every EMF has what's called its crash point. So every EMF wave has got its crash point. We need to know what wattage, the amplitude, and the device that's sending the particular signal so we can work out what that crash point's going to be.
Okay. And so that crash point would mean that that radio wave wouldn't come back to the receiver, would it?
See, the radio wave has got to be strong enough to be able to be sent from a particular part of the Earth under its own strength, so pushed under its own strength depending on how many watts it is, and it has to refract off the object and return under that same weight of pressure, watts. We need to know how many watts it is so we can work out whether or not they're bullshitting about sending the signal or whether they're really sending the signal, because if they were, then we're talking about these early days using radio waves, right? I'm not concerned about the light measurements yet. We'll get to that in a minute.
But again, if there was a problem, they wouldn't receive the reflected radio wave. So since they received it, they obviously had enough power to get it to the moon, and it also come back without losing too much to make it incoherent. Also, the inverse square law, just so you know, has to do with the distance and the size of the thing emitting light and how much of that light will reach wherever you're standing based on that distance. But radio waves, they do have that calculated as part of it, but they just become less coherent over distance. And it doesn't have to be the same amount of radio transmitted information hitting the receiver at the end. It just has to be a pattern that can be recognized in order to know that it's the same signal. So if you do dot, dot, dot with the right time intervals, and you get back dot, dot, dot with the right time intervals, then you know you've received your signal back, even if it is much, much weaker. Oh, and the inverse square law means that it doesn't stop ever. Like light never technically reaches zero, because an inverse square law just it gets smaller fraction of a whole number until it is an infinitely small thing, but never zero. Anyway, I'm out of here for a bit, boys. Nice to have a good conversation.
You have a good night, bro.
Glad Jada jumped in. I didn't know enough about that topic to argue the point.
Made sense though, huh? I'm just kidding.
Makes nonsense.
Right?
Still don't know what readings they get though, right? So I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look into it.
Fucking inverse square laws and shit. You hear about all them fake riots down in LA, bro? So this chick, she goes, she accused me of being a Holocaust denier. And I said, I'm not a Holocaust denier. I don't think holly should cost anything. It's mistletoe. It should be free. You guys want to hear some more jokes? What do you call a rolling 60s gang member with the cash stuffed in his sock? Cryptocurrency. Where do I come up with this shit? I don't know. We got DJ Particle Board in the house. That's right. It says he's a Wampus cat, whatever that means. No, baby. No more. No more. No more. I see we got Tony V in the house. He likes to be free. Tony V likes to be free. Dr. Jordan Peterson. Sounds very important.
about somewhere. So that means the wind is a separate entity to the ground. And as soon as our friend gets in his plane and starts flying, the Earth will be rotating underneath the wind, since they are separate entities, of course. So it does leave you with quite a conundrum there, young fellow.
I couldn't believe what I heard when I jumped in. Like, what the hell?
I don't think there's a connection. Also, why are we entertaining what air would or wouldn't do on a spinning ball if the Earth isn't a spinning ball? Because that's a competing hypothesis, right?
It's not a competing hypothesis.
Oh, it absolutely is. Yours is a controversial hypothesis.
What?
Why? Because the TP said so.
Controversial is defined by
how is it controversial, mate?
Minor position versus the majority position.
No, that's
controversial.
No,
Controversial.
So it would be, hang on 1 second. It would be what we observe, right? Versus what we don't observe, but we're told.
Hypothesis is prior to observation.
Hypothesis is prior to observation. Where do you get that from?
So what would you make your hypothesis about if you've not witnessed anything?
Well,
That's not
I had
the
a
scientific
dream,
method.
right?
This one time at band camp?
Yeah,
lot
I'm going to have
of
a
LSD.
hypothesis. I'm going to have a hypothesis about something I haven't seen or observed.
Yeah, I have this hypothesis about a flying spaghetti monster, right? Yeah. That's swishing its tentacles all around in the air, right? But it's invisible. That, like, some versions of the scientific method have observation as the first step before hypothesis. I get it, yeah, but we haven't observed like the Earth in full. Like, so we do versions.
I would say all versions of scientific method, unless they're pseudoscientific.
Yeah, but
Yeah, there is-
like what do you observe, right? So you go outside and you observe the Earth is flat and stationary, right? So
Well, you
that's the
don't really-
observation.
So you don't really observe the Earth is flat and stationary. Like, you observe that your like local surroundings, like your town, like the hill, like from your point of view, it's flat and stationary, roughly speaking, right?
Yeah, so that's the observation, right?
Yeah, but then the hypothesis is not about like a 2 mile
No, it's not.
radius.
There
Does
wouldn't be a
everyone observe
hypothesis.
that? Wherever
Be a
they go?
hypothesis. Yeah.
Or is it just centered around one particular place where you can go and experience that? Everywhere else, it's definitely like looks like and feels like a spinning ball.
Yeah, because that would be the default.
No,
That would be
the
the
claim is
default.
obviously that it doesn't feel like a spinning
No.
ball in like Afghanistan or something, obviously. But the idea is
No,
that you can't zoom out enough to observe the whole Earth at one point, like you're
No,
in
but
space.
your
right?
claim is
Yeah.
it's it's curved and moving.
And science, mind you.
So the default is that it's flat and stationary. So your claim is outside of the norm. Doesn't matter whether 99% of people believe it or not. Your claim is it's not what we observe.
Okay, but then are you just like challenging me, saying that you have the controversial hypothesis just because, 4-year-olds
Because you disagree with it.
The world is flat, and
But you're relying on pretty much math alone, right? And math alone, unfortunately, is pseudoscience, right? And it's also kind of I guess, even a logical fallacy in your own reality, because I can literally write you an equation of the likelihood that there's a cupcake floating in space, a giant one, like the size of a planet. And the funniest part about that is it's vastly more likely to be out there than Earth as it sits today. But NASA has never sent me a picture of a cupcake, bro, and I'm getting fucking hungry.
yeah, I'm extremely dubious towards the cupcake equation.
Yeah, I invented it.
Yeah, well, I mean, did you make the denominator for your possibility, like your probability claim? Like,
Yeah, we're using probability mathematics.
Yeah, so your denominator for that, right? Is that the observable universe?
What's your denominator for the Earth being a globe?
Right.
I'm not forwarding a probability analysis of whether the Earth
No, I'm observing
No, you're just
like
putting it on someone
what
else,
makes
yeah?
up these things, right?
I'm putting it on the person who
probability of the particles that make it up.
What?
Yeah, but then it's like if you went if you didn't go observable universe and you just went like you possibly go in like infinite denominator, right?
Probability mathematics state that pretty much as a universal truth that the more of one thing it's more probable to have a lot more of one thing than to have trillions of random things.
But yeah, anyway, I think
I have no idea what you two are fucking talking about.
Yeah, I think unless you like posted the equation in the chat, I don't think there's much point discussing it, right?
Oh, why? Because you don't think it makes sense? It's not logical to you?
Because it doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
Because I'm not even.
True.
I'm not even. I have nothing to address, other than a claim about a claim.
Well, yeah. But you're taking all pseudoscience as actual science, and that's my claim is that it's fake. It's pseudoscience.
Like,
not science.
I can level with you somewhat there, right? Like, my initial belief that the Earth was round was dogmatic, as in like it was just from like the news and what people said, right?
Still is.
No, I don't. I think I've substantiated it personally to a sufficient extent for myself.
Oh,
I don't think that's
like
the
you said,
consensus
still is.
here.
Sorry, you all three spoke at the same time. I don't
Sorry,
know what happened.
how did you do that?
Well, I've got two cases. One is when I was high enough in a plane, I did see curvature, and the second is
impossible.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said so.
Somebody saying it's impossible is not going to persuade me, right? So, and then the second is if you actually see in my picture, I was in Montenegro.
So you saw, so you saw curvature from left to right?
Yeah, lateral curvature.
Yeah, what about
just out of curiosity?
What about out the other window? Did you see it out the other window as well?
I wasn't out that window, but it's enough to substantiate it for me. Like, as in, if you saw, you know, there's like videos of people sending air balloons up, and then you guys say that it's like a fisheye lens, right? I saw the horizon look like it was fisheye lensed when it wasn't fisheye lensed.
Excellent. So inside chat, which did you see? Line A, B, or C? When you looked out your happy little window.
So it was like B, but much less severe.
So you looked out one window and you saw the part of the curve, then you looked out the next one and you saw the next bit, then you looked out the next window and saw more of it, and you put the whole image together and went, oh wow, I live on a ball.
I was being somewhat charitable when I answered before. I didn't dispute. Like, I looked out one window.
So you looked out A, line A.
No,
you didn't look out
one
multiple
window.
windows.
But would your horizon, if you looked in the other window, would your horizon be directly out that window as well?
I didn't look, but I'd assume so. It'd be similar on the other side.
So where would B meet with the windows behind you? Where would the lines meet? Where would they intersect? You got hills, right? Because that would be a globe in front of you, not underneath you.
So I am unsure about your criticism of like lines intersecting here. You'd have to explain it better to me.
Well, look, in window B, you've got a hump, right? Now,
but it wasn't that clear.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter because if you turn around 180 degrees and look out the other window and the horizon line's still out that window, then see these lines on the left and the right side? They're going down, aren't they?
Yeah, the far left and far right of my view was...
So where would they intersect with the horizon behind you?
Well, you'd turn around,
Continue
there wouldn't
those-
be one.
Yeah,
I
continue
don't know what
those
you mean by
lines down. Continue those lines down, and you'll have like a semicircle, right? So you'll have two lower points, left and right.
Should extend down underneath your feet.
Yeah. And then you look behind you out the other window, but you see a horizon out that way. But you've got a hill in
Two
your
Earths.
window. You've got McDonald's Earth. Kind of weird, right? When people say they see curvature from a plane.
So I didn't inspect that. I'd have to like go and retest it maybe. Like, but I would imagine that,
You do realize, like, even like if you lift up on a ball and you rotate 360 degrees, like the horizon would stay level, right?
Anyways, that was your first one, your plane ride. What was your second one that made you believe you live on a ball?
Yeah. Because you
Yeah,
can
the
throw
second
that one out the window.
Nice one.
You're like, what did you say?
The second one is so in my profile picture, I was in Montenegro. I stood on the rocks near sunset, and I see on the picture like a ship and its location. I then coincidentally took a taxi up a hill back to my Airbnb, and I rose about 200 meters, 300 meters in elevation within 5 minutes, and I looked back out to the
flying taxi,
the sea again, and I could see much further beyond. Like the horizon was much further extended beyond the ships, which are quite close to the horizon in this picture.
You know, if you go up in height, you increase your angular view, right?
Why would that matter?
Well, that's what you did. That's what you just explained. So if you go up on a flat surface and you increase your, if you can increase your height on a flat surface, you're increasing your view, right?
Yeah, but some things that were obscured over the horizon became visible.
Obscured over the horizon? I mean, what your vision can see?
Yeah, as in things I couldn't see when I was at like 3 meters elevation. I could see.
Okay, awesome. So if that's the case and the horizon is a physical position and your elevation is required for you to see beyond it, how about we grab some long-range observations? Here's one we prepared earlier. So by increasing your elevation, you can see further. You obviously agree with that because you've pointed that out to us. Now, if we decrease our elevation, our horizon should get closer and closer and closer to the point where we can't see that far at all. Would you agree to that or disagree to that? Or
well, there's going to be like a certain threshold where this effect doesn't really have an impact.
well, it's not an effect; it's a physical position. You're allegedly on a ball, so as we know,
well, if you don't mind,
spheres and circles have geometry with them: circumference, diameter, radius. Yeah.
Like I feel I could just explain the point, right? Like so,
if you're on a ball with a radius, hey, Orson, if you're on a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles at 1 foot of elevation, your horizon should be at 1.22 miles. Okay, so to work it out, you can do this yourself. Square root of the observer's height in feet times 1.22. And that is your horizon distance. You with your ship in your photo, you could work this out yourself. You said you went up 200 metres, convert it over to feet, do it yourself. If you don't like doing maths, jump online, type in Earth Curve Calculator. It'll do the job for you. But anyways, a quick question. Inside chat, 34 minutes past the hour, in that image, whereabouts is the horizon?
where is the horizon? I don't know. I'd assume where the yellow bit is. I don't see.
Well, what's the horizon? Where the sky appears to meet the ground or sea. Okay, so in that image, where's the horizon? Up the back behind the oil rigs, in between the oil rigs, in front of the oil rigs?
I'm not sure.
Where the sky appears to meet the ground and you're not sure. So the blue bit's water.
There's like a haze to it, right? I'm not
so there's no defined line anywhere on that where the sky appears to meet the ground.
Your question was, is it behind the rigs? I guess I can see where the rigs meet the water. Like the one that's further away, you can see the back leg is slightly higher than the front leg, I suppose. Like I don't have definitive
No, I was asking about the horizon. Where is the horizon? Up the back, down the front, in the middle?
I answered.
Where was it? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Yeah, I said I guess it's behind the oil rigs, like further away.
That's a good guess because it is behind. It wasn't a trick question. It is behind it. So the problem we've got, mate, is we know because this is one frame out of video footage that distance to those oil rigs. We also know that the camera is held 1 foot above the water. It actually nearly falls in the water. It's a shame it didn't, but anyways. So you've got yourself a bit of a problem. What this here does is debunks the given radius of 3959 miles. Not only does it debunk it, it smashes it out of the park. So in order for this visual here to ring true, you would have to be on a ball with a radius of about 250,000 miles.
Okay, so sorry, what did you say? The height, 1 foot, right, is the height of the camera.
1 foot. That was done at, yes.
So it seems to me that that's like a valid argument, right? Where it's like, if it is the case that camera's 1 foot, and if it is the case that those are that far away, then
would you like the video that goes with it?
You'd expect a sphered Earth to be much, much larger, like you said, right?
That's correct. That debunks your balltard of a radius of 3959 miles quite comfortably.
I'm dubious towards the credibility of the image.
Excellent.
Okay, well, hit him with hit him with that GIF where the person's walking away on the sidewalk and he's starting to disappear.
Oh, there's plenty of observations that are out and about.
It's like that explains away right there that the height of the observer definitely plays a part in how fast something disappears from the ground up, even on a flat surface.
And
side chat 39 past the hour. There's the accompanying video. Watch
even if
time, mate.
Even if let's say I watch this and I come to agree with you that it's 1 foot above the ground and those oil rigs are the distance, right? And then I also check the maths, right? And I say that also all valid.
Yep. Is he breaking up or is it me?
I think it's you.
So I would still not see it as like sufficient enough as disconfirmation because there are other things. Like you may have seen
like what?
Something...
No curvature. Remember what I said earlier about a ball? A primary component of a sphere is curvature. All right. So if you don't have curvature, you've got to question what do you have.
Yeah, but do you see that I have conflicting evidence, right? As in, like, if I grant this, and I also grant my experience that I had, right, where I saw objects which were previously not seen to me, then I have a contradictory, like, set of evidence that I've got to pick between them.
Okay, so you can go to a basketball court that's perfectly level. You can measure it out. And you could put your camera on the ground. And you could face it towards one direction, right? Like the far side, face it towards the far side of the basketball court. You can then turn around and walk away from it. And you will see that you will disappear from the bottom up on a basketball court.
Why would you see it on a basketball court?
Because it's visual.
Yeah, it's height versus like height of the observer versus how far you can see.
Yeah, your viewing
So
angle.
you're saying that we'd expect to see someone disappear over the horizon ever so slightly on a basketball court?
Yep.
Correct.
You will. It's not that you would expect it. You will.
Okay. If you have a look in the chat. Sorry, Matrix. Yeah, 41
I was
minutes
just gonna
past the
say-
hour. Go for it, Matrix.
Yeah, I was just going to say, inside chat there, mate, at 41 past the hour, there's a picture of two cans, two separate images of cans. That photo, or both those photos, are taken 22 feet from the can. The only difference is the top image, the camera is lifted up. The bottom image, it is right down low against the ground. Both instances, the camera is held at the same distance from the wall that the can is against. Like I said, the only difference is one of them's down super low, the other one's up slightly elevated. So you can see bottom up obstruction on a flat surface. So we know this effect happens on a flat surface. So when people say, ships disappear over the curve, we laugh because we know this effect happens on flat surfaces. And there's also video footage of radio-controlled boats skipping across a lake and they disappear bottom up. And this is it was over like 100 yards or something. It's only a really short distance. You can also do it yourself at home in your pool. If you grab yourself a tiny little paper boat, push it across your swimming pool, hold your camera down or phone down super low, not so it falls in the water, you can get the same effect to happen. So it's pretty cool. But anyways, yeah, the sphericity is not the cause of that effect.
Sorry, if you don't mind. So because it felt like there was many points coming in, I didn't pay enough attention to that. And then later I realized that you're saying that this is explainer for my personal experience, right? Do you mind,
No.
as in,
That's not an explainer for your personal experience. Your personal experience is your personal experience.
I'm saying,
undo
I
that.
saw objects that I didn't
All
see
I'm
at
saying is, slow down. All I'm saying is the effect of bottom-up obstruction can be quite easily demonstrated on a flat surface. So when you guys say things disappearing bottom up is caused by sphericity, we can show you that it happens on a flat surface.
Right. So when you rail mode me, it's going to be hard to understand, and I do want to understand. Like, I know you got hung up on me saying personal experience. I'm just referring to when I was in Montenegro and I went 200 meters up. I saw things that I didn't previously see.
You've changed your viewing angle. That's why.
Yeah, I'm asking.
When you're assuming personal experience has to do with science when you didn't conduct an experiment.
Is this can of decaf coffee? What are you claiming? This idea is a debunker to what I'm saying?
Okay.
No,
your
he's not trying
personal
to
experience. If you want to treat it as that, so be it. The top can is you up on the cliff. The bottom can is when you were down on the water or down close to the water.
So just to be clear, this decaf
that's the same thing that's happening.
Relevant. So then the decaf can.
You wanted to make it relevant. I did, just for you.
Well, it is relevant because what you were stating, Orson, was that you could see more from a higher point of view. So what he's showing here with this can is that when the camera is on the table at the same or the floor, the same level as the floor, we can't see the bottom of the can. The green strip has been cut off. When he increases in height and he increases his viewing angle, we can now see that he can see more of that can. So we're not denying what you've observed in reality because this is what we all observe in reality. All we're doing is increasing our angle of view. So again, on a flat surface, as you move further away from something.
I understand. Thank you for your explanation. I really appreciate it. But it seems wrong to me. So I'm going to do it right now. I have a can of iced coffee on a flat table, and I'm going to now move my eye down to the level of the table, and I still see the complete bottom of the table.
You're too close.
I mean, the complete bottom of the can.
Orson, you're too close. Your eye has an angle of resolution. You have to get beyond your angular resolution point.
So how
So
far
those
is that?
cans, that coffee can was done at 22 feet.
And what's a rough minimum that I need?
Oh, it's based on the diameter of the optic. So yeah, if you want to measure that, you can go for it. But
Well, this is where they gave you the example of the basketball court, yeah, where you could sit your camera on the concrete, stand in front, walk away the distance of the court, and your feet will appear to start disappearing, yeah. But this is just something that you can go and look for yourself, yeah. Go and have a look at viewing angles. So anything that you look at is going to tell you that over a flat surface, as you move further away, the angle at which you view it, the object at, decreases. So when this occurs, the lower part of the objects that are closer to the ground, you can no longer distinguish them, so then they appear to merge with the ground. This gives you that bottom-up obstruction that you're seeing, yeah? It's an apparent effect due to your viewing angle, nothing to do with Earth curve. Now, if Earth was curving, yes, we would see this type of effect as well. So really, stating that something's going over the horizon or that you can view something further in the distance by raising your altitude, it's not evidence for either side.
Yeah, because you're saying it's explained on the flat model, because you're saying this happens at 26 feet, 22 feet.
Yeah, well, it happens on a flat model, or it happen on a globe model, yeah? It's your angle of view, so it's really a nothing burger.
I mean, as soon as I'm convinced of that with some sort of evidence myself, then
look, dude, it happens all the time, right? So the distance to the horizon changes all the time. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Yeah, so this is it happening, right? So if the angle, if the horizon distance changes, then that is an optical effect, same cause as what's going on in the images, because it's optical, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't happen. Correct? It's not the Earth blowing up and shrinking. So this is it happening. You can see it happening because you can see things sometimes go further away, sometimes come closer, sometimes look like they're disappearing over a horizon at a further distance or at a closer distance. It changes in the same place on a daily basis due to atmospheric conditions. So this atmospheric conditions, is it changing all the time? Do you get that?
When you say it happens all the time, like I'm struggling to understand what you're picking out. Like, for example, I see a car go over a hill. Yeah, but
this has to be done over water, mate. You're not getting it.
But what Timbo's trying to explain is there's many different effects, yeah?
Are you saying like I see it all the time? Like because I'd happily agree with you.
I guarantee if you went to the beach, right? If you went down to the coast on Tuesday, you go and take an image of a boat, might see it starting to go bottom up. You go back on Wednesday, it's going to look totally different. On Thursday, it's going to look different again. This is it happening in real life.
So
things disappearing.
Three things you've got to contend with here is with your perspective is your angle of view, your visual resolution limits and the resolution of the human eye, and the atmospheric effects that are occurring on the day, because they're all going to have this same effect of things appearing at different distances to disappear, appearing to disappear bottom up, etc.
Yeah, and you haven't changed your height.
Sorry, I'm roughly not following. Because my question was.
I can tell.
So.
Because his question originally, Timbo, was that how come he can see more when he goes higher? He's seeing things further in the distance the higher he goes, which is your angle of view. Yeah, that's all it is.
In that instance, it's your angle of view, but you can see this happening at the same level, at ground level, with different distances to the horizon. It's an optical effect.
Which
is you guys ready to have a conversation with me, convince me?
We're not trying to convince you about anything, dude.
Okay.
You convince yourself, mate. Do you agree that it's an optical effect? If you're standing at the water's edge, and one day you see a boat, say it going out through a channel, right? So it's always taking the same route. And then that boat looks like it's disappearing bottom up, and then the next day it looks like it's not disappearing bottom up at the same position. You'd have to agree that's an optical effect, right? Hello? Awesome. Hello?
Yo.
Did you hear what I said?
No, I wasn't listening because I thought you said you don't want to convince me of anything.
Oh, so you've got this idea that you're here to either convince us or we're going to convince you. No.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd like to convince you of is to please think for yourself.
Hey, Orson, you're not
So
that
convincing
important.
is maybe a
dude.
strong word.
Like we're
Like,
not
if you-
we're not wasting
what I'm
we're not
saying is,
wasting
like,
our time trying to convince you. That's not our goal, right? There's people listening, and they're listening to you talk about the globe, and they're listening to us talk about flat Earth. It's not about you, dude. It's not got
It's fine,
nothing
it's
to
fine,
do
it's,
with you.
It's fine, just
Don't
move on
think
then. I don't.
You're not that
so I just don't-
important, dude.
I just don't want to have a conversation where I'm always railroaded. That's all.
Did I railroad you?
No one railroaded you, man. All they did was give an explanation as to what
just
you
did
asked, yeah?
railroad.
No.
Maybe you should grow some balls and fucking speak up in a conversation. Then you might be heard.
Probably got
like fucking stick up for yourself, man. Don't sit back in your fucking armchair. Just fight for what you believe in, right? And then you might get a few words in, and then you won't get railroaded.
I thought
Grow
thought
some
we were having,
balls,
like, a
dude.
productive conversation, and if it's just like the case you want to like sling mud, then I'll just get muted. So fuck you.
Oh, well, I didn't say fuck you, but if you want, man, you're turning into a bitch, mate.
Grow some balls, mate.
Okay, are you ready to have a real conversation then? Or are you bitch hurt?
I don't know. I don't know if you're bitch hurt railroading all the time.
Okay, let's get over it and move on with the conversation then. You happy with that?
Why would I be interested in that?
I don't know, man. I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah, probably just move on.
Good. With the conversation or not with the conversation?
Not with me, probably.
Okay, someone else can talk to him then. Obviously, he doesn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like we just explained what he asked, and now it's a spiral.
Because he realised the truth that what we said was factual, and it's broken into him. It's affected him. It's called cognitive dissonance, my young friend. Get used to it. There's more coming. Hope you enjoy trying to sleep for the next week.
You know, these people argue that they're seeing a curve because boats go over it, and then in the next sentence they agree that it's an optical effect. And then they still think they're right. Fucking weirdos. Talking out of two sides of your face. Your best evidence is looking out of a plane window and seeing two sides of a horizon dip down and not meet the other side of the horizon. That's fucking retarded. Then your next one is going up a hill and seeing further. Might as well climb a tree. Then you know the Earth's a globe. Oh, I climbed a tree, I could see further. The Earth's a globe. That's the second retarded thing you said. You don't even understand your own arguments. Stay muted so you can have a conversation with the other guys. Maybe I've said too much. All right. He deafened himself.
And left. That was a spiral. I thought everything was going pretty cool.
Yeah. All I said was, we're not trying to convince you. And then he got his feelings hurt because he
you
realised
guys
he wasn't that
railroaded him all right.
important.
You drove that train full of truth fair up his ass, and he didn't know what to do. Ah, yes, that was gold. He railroaded me. Yeah, mate. That's what you get for sitting on the tracks.
You got a good slideshow going there, Matrix. I'm impressed, man. Bang, one after the other. All right, get this, cunt.
Well, it's good when you lads are having a talk to him, because I've got just Meme Central, I've got all these GIFs and all this other shit going on. And it's when you're having a yap to, it's like, oh, they're talking about this, post that up. Talking about that, post that up. And I can, I've got a nice little collection going. The ones I wouldn't mind getting at the moment, DJ's got the video and images of that ship that was anchored, and it stayed there for like a day or so, and you get to see all the towering, sinking, and all that effects of the ship. And yeah, it looks absolutely brilliant, and I've got to get that off him, because whenever people are talking about that kind of thing, I can chuck that up so they can see.
Have you got Skunk Bay?
Yes, I've got Skunk Bay.
Yeah.
But the ship one
Right,
is, I
Timbo.
like it.
What's that?
Did you scare off another Glober, man?
Sorry, man.
Shit.
Apparently, we railroaded him. I still don't see how. Because railroad someone has to pressure him into something unfairly or quickly without giving him a chance to respond or object, yeah? Or in a court sense, to unfairly accuse someone or try someone. So I'm not quite sure how we've done that. All we did was present how you can see further from height on a flat plane.
I'm just using it colloquially, AJ.
Well, like he realised we were right, and he was like, fuck, what do I do now? Fuck, they railroaded me. I haven't got a defence. That's unfair.
Are you there, Dr. Dragonfruit?
I'm here, but I'm a flat earther, so no arguing from me.
Oh, okay. All right, dude.
Kick him out.
Lots of English flat earthers, isn't there?
It is crazy to see though, like how people just get so defensive straight away. I was talking to some girl the other day, and she was asking for compliment after compliment after compliment, and then I said one criticism, and all of a sudden just angry, shouting, screaming. It's with everything. It's not just with the shape of the earth. People don't know how to tech things they don't understand.
Yeah, or they don't want to seem like they don't know something as well. Like they'll argue, they'll make up an argument just so they look like they don't know. Just so they look like they know. Instead of just going, I don't know. I don't know.
I think a lot stems down to how you were parented, like, because I never cared asking questions. You know, if I don't know how to spell something, I'll ask someone, how do you spell it? I'm not embarrassed to ask that I don't know how to spell a certain word or.
Yeah, I ask every word. I said everywhere.
Why would you
How do I
care
spell
about
this?
these things? Oh no, this person might laugh at me because I don't know how to spell this big word. Oh no.
Yeah, who gives a fuck? Yeah.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah. Or the ego, yeah. Like I couldn't have been fooled.
Once you let go
Couldn't
of that
fool me.
ego,
I'm
everything
too
becomes a
smart.
bit easier.
Makes life a lot easier too when you get rid of that.
100%.
Yeah, there's things, like you don't know. There's things you don't know. Lots of things you don't know.
If you accept that, it's easy.
Yeah. And then someone who knows a bit more will talk to you and go, oh, okay, it's like this. And you go, oh, I fucking learned something today.
I sort of discovered I actually learned nothing. I actually know nothing. And then when I learned that, then I felt like I started actually accepting information again for the first time since school.
Yeah, new information. Yeah. Yeah. I know, I went through the same thing.
Yeah, I think
10
everyone
years
in this
ago now. But
community.
yeah.
Yeah, about 10 years ago for me as well.
I've got to mute up. I'm doing the dishes.
Yeah, I need to make a coffee.
Nice to meet you, dude.
Yeah, you too, brother.
quiet room. Let's see how it is. I fall asleep and y'all stop talking. Welcome, Dia. Stay blessed, y'all. And watch out for zombies.
Good morning, ladies
Quiet morning, huh?
Earth, so don't anymore.
Why is that, sir?
You have the shadows of in Egypt that are cast at different angles depending on the time of day.
Okay.
Most of obtain flat Earth, so don't anymore.
You know the forum you just entered is. How you doing, Isaac? We got Isaac Paul.